You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning. We are getting off to a busy start on this President's Day. We've got a lot to cover over the next 4.5 hours, and we appreciate you joining us. We begin today by continuing to track the latest in the search for Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie, who remains missing, and there still remains so many questions about what happened and not many answers. The investigation continuing out of Pima County, Arizona. That's the Tucson area. And we want to bring in one of our experts here who has really helped us, kind of put in perspective what is going on with this case and really breaking down a lot of helpful things for us. Bringing in Jennifer Coffindaffer, a retired FBI agent, joining us live now via Zoom. Jennifer, we appreciate you joining us this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Jennifer, we're entering a third week now in this case. I mean, how does that change things as this investigation continues to and search continues to drag on?
Well, in a violent abduction like this, really the first 24 or 48 hours are the most critical. So now as we head into 3 weeks, this has just become so concerning in terms of Nancy and whether she is still with us.
I want to ask you about some of the recent developments in this with the SWAT raid Friday night that even after that, still no arrest or anything. Is it concerning that we're seeing things like this that are still not resulting in arrests or seeming answers?
Well, when you look at the $100,000 reward that was put out, as well as that video that was put out, you can expect that the FBI and local law enforcement are literally drinking from a fire hose. I've heard upwards to 25,000 tips that have come in. And the ones that they deem very serious, like the tip from Friday night, they're going to follow up on, and they're going to obtain warrants when they have the probable cause, which in that case they did. In that case, they took a vehicle, they detained 3 people, but it did not ferret out to the point of having probable cause to keep those individuals arrested. So I believe that situation is ongoing until that car is released and we hear more.
We've seen reports of a recovered glove that appears to match those found in the surveillance video. Investigators saying they will add the DNA that they recover to CODIS. I'm curious what that kind of database does and how something like that would work and be helpful in a case like this.
Right. So we know that the glove, the officials are saying it is similar or matches the glove that we see in the hand of the individual that was on the stoop. And that's critical. But what needs to happen now and what is happening now is that glove, because a male profile was obtained, that glove was sent to CODIS, and the FBI is confirming the results regarding the profile established from that glove. And they're going to compare it to the CODIS database, which is the database that has all the known profiles, at least 26 million or more of individuals who have been convicted, individuals who have been arrested, and also from crime scenes throughout the country.
At the same time, we also heard of about 16 gloves or so that appeared to have been discarded by searchers found in the area near Nancy's home. Is that sloppiness on the part of investigators, or what do you make of that, Jennifer? I'm curious.
Well, I'm a little cautious because I think actually some of the reporting has been a little bit confusing. They have speculated that they could be from searchers. They've speculated homeless. They've speculated all sorts of things about these gloves. But for there to be 16 gloves found that apparently are similar, I think is quite unusual. I did see that it looked like some of the investigators had tucked those gloves in their pockets, so possibly they fell out. I think that's a much better scenario and likely scenario than they just discarded them.
A new video on Instagram from Savannah Guthrie, basically trying to appeal to any sense of compassion in whoever did this, and saying it's not too late to kind of do the right thing here. From your experience in cases like this and investigations, like this. Would something like that, do you think, would work with someone who may have been holding Nancy Guthrie now for more than 2 weeks?
Well, it could work. These are the same techniques we use when we interview individuals who are involved in crimes and try to appeal to their humanity, try to appeal to them doing the right thing, trying to appeal to them sort of turning the page against the criminal conduct that they've committed. And clearly, this was structured, at least in large part, by the BAU, the Behavioral Analysis Unit, in hopes that even if somebody sees it, which you don't know, that one of the abductors, because I think there's more than one that's going to be involved in this, that somehow their humanity is touched and somehow they can have some hope for leniency if they come forward. It's a Hail Mary, but it's better than not doing anything.
You think there's still hope that she could still be alive at this point, based on your knowledge of cases like this and others?
Probability very slim. Possibility always exists.
Right. I do want to ask you as well. We have seen some reports of investigators trying to track down purchase records and those kinds of things from the backpack, and a number of things that have been able to kind of be identified and kind of narrow down some things like that. How might investigators be using pieces like that to hone in on who a potential suspect might be?
Well, it's very critical because he wore very distinguishing clothes, distinguishing shoes. That backpack they've already identified. The mask was very unique. The holster was very unique. So they're going to be working backwards and seeing if they can identify who made those purchases, who might have been on surveillance. Again, this is difficult, painstaking work. Nobody knows if he bought that backpack, right before the event or years before the event. But you can guarantee they're going to be searching for that. And they believe this was probably committed by somebody, or at least orchestrated by somebody that knows this area and was in this area and familiar with Nancy. So I think their field is at least somewhat narrowed.
You mentioned earlier the reward from the FBI increased to $100,000. Do you think that is the right move to boost that? And you think we're seeing some of the positives that come from something like that?
100%. It makes more work for law enforcement because everybody comes out of the woodwork to try to earn that money. But essentially, it might cost somebody who otherwise wouldn't have said anything to come forward. And yes, we're definitely seeing the fruits of that $100,000 reward that was offered.
Before I let you go, Jennifer, what's next? What are you going to be watching for as things continue to develop in this, and what should we be watching for?
Well, what I'm looking for every minute is to see if that CODIS hit. In other words, if they were in the system. And so I'm very curious about that at this point. And then I'm also very curious about who is going to come forward that recognizes this person. If this were your brother, if this were your father, if this were your son, you would recognize him. Somebody knows who this is. They need to come forward.
That CODIS, if it were to hit, is that a database of people who had previously committed crimes, or what all would that be kind of pulling from?
Committed crimes, maybe not convicted, arrested for crimes, and then also any evidence of DNA found at any crime scene. So it's literally millions and millions of profiles.
All right, so it should be helpful, you would have to think, in a case like this where they're just kind of seeing what they can find here. Jennifer Coffindaffer, retired FBI agent. We appreciate your expertise. Thanks so much for taking the time to talk with us this morning.
Thanks for having me, Garrett.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. we've been seeing some those impacts really over the weekend from just how dry we are with the brush fire. I know we got some rain, but still not enough.
No, I mean, they closed I-95 yesterday because of a brush fire, all the smoke. There was another big brush fire in Osceola County on the southwest side of Lake Tahoe, and that smoke went all the way into Seminole County. So we're at that point in the year where it's the driest of the dry, but compounding that, we've had this drought that's the worst in Florida in 25 years. So it's only going to get worse. This drought's we had rain last night. We had 1 to 3 inches, which was great, but it's nowhere near enough rain to put any kind of a real dent in the overall drought and water table issues. So later this week, as we face a rain-free next 6 days and temperatures that are going to become quite hot, we're going to see the landscape drying out, and any kind of a breeze with the relative humidity being as low as it's going to be will be pretty extreme as far as the fire threat goes. So looking outside right now, Ocala, one of those places that saw some really decent rain overnight. Again, 1 to 3 inches fell, which is great. I mean, this is the dry season. Getting rain like this is pennies from heaven. This is wonderful, truly. When we get a cold front, usually this time of year you get a couple hundredths of an inch of rain. This one had a little more potency to it, so we got a lot more than that. 64 Lake Fairview. So hey, in the near term, all the grass is brown because it's dormant from that hard freeze a couple weeks ago. But what a difference a couple weeks make. February 1st, our low was 24 degrees. By the end of this week, we're going to be in the middle and upper 80s. It's going to feel hot. So looking outside, we've got a lot of clouds. The skies look kind of ominous right now. This is behind the cold front, which right now is pushing into South Florida. But it's just a process of what's called cold air advection. You've heard of convection, right? When air rises, like a convection or a convection oven. Well, advection is just the horizontal movement of air. So it's coming in from the north, and that's producing stratus clouds. So that's why it looks so ominous, but it's really not going to deliver. It's just low clouds. But it is breezy, and it will be cooler today compared to yesterday's 70s and 80s for highs. We've got a northwest wind about 15 miles an hour in gusts, but it feels really pleasant outside. I mean, we're used to the cold at this point. It's been such a cold winter. So we'll see about 70 by noon next hour or so, and up to 73 this afternoon. And despite the mostly cloudy skies, there's no chance for rain today. Now, the big weather story for the week. We will be heating up. High pressure over the Mexican plateau will strengthen, and these develop because the high desert there has literally, the sun hits the desert, heat rises, and it's such a high elevation that right there it creates an area of high pressure aloft. It's a really interesting process, but that becomes transient, moves over the Gulf and the Northern Caribbean, and then sets up over Cuba. And in doing so, it's going to put us on the hot side of the system. So we're going to see temperatures really climbing. Let's give you a case in point. Over the next 3 days, tomorrow we'll warm up to around 80. We'll be in the low 80s for Wednesday and Thursday. Once we head into the weekend, we'll easily see temperatures pushing the mid 80s, and in some areas of Central Florida, especially away from the water, possibly the upper 80s. And we're not alone. We're not alone at all. In the 8 to 14 day outlook, we're going to see a big bubble of high pressure over the south central U.S., leading to very above normal temperatures from the Texas Panhandle into Oklahoma, north into Kansas, and also the front range of Colorado. While it won't be as hot there as it will be here, relative to their normal temperature, it will be above normal significantly. So they'll see highs in the 60s to maybe around 70, which is pretty significant for February in those areas. All right, here's the 7-day forecast. We'll go from 73 today, this President's Day, to 79 tomorrow. Low 80s on the way for Wednesday and Thursday. And as we push into Saturday, we could see highs close to 87 in Orlando and highs on the 90-degree side or thereabouts in parts of Polk County Saturday afternoon. So this is a really significant warm-up. It's not going to be humid like it is during the summertime here, so it's not going to be stifling, but it will feel quite hot in a very classic spring-like setup. Now, spring doesn't officially begin until March 20th, but for all intents and purposes, we are almost there. The meteorological start to spring when we see the most spring-like months in the Northern Hemisphere. That starts March 1st. So March, April, May are the months of spring in the world of weather, even though astronomically the tilt of the Earth, it's called the vernal equinox, that happens on March 20th. So anyway, bottom line, we're warming up. Yeah. Winter's done. I always look at the Daytona 500 as the unofficial into winter here in Florida.
I love that, and we were able to get the race in without weather delays. I know you'd been stressed about it for the past week, but it went off without a hitch, and what a great race it was.
It did. I mean, the weather could not have been more polite. It was great as a fan. I know the wind was a little gusty for spectators or for drivers. There's some apparently spin-outs that happened just spontaneously because the wind got under the car. Car's going 200 miles an hour and it spun out. But amazing as a fan. Just felt great to be out there.
Yeah, good stuff. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
Give you a live look at Lake Eola in downtown Orlando right now as we get ready to head to break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Keep it right here. We're going to be joined by Tony Stewart coming up on the other side of this break, so keep it here on Fox Local and on YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We talked all last week about the Daytona 500 and all the fun things going on at Daytona International Speedway with Speed Weeks and just so much awesome things going on at the track, and really just kind of the kickoff for a really fun time now when we're talking about racing. And I am pleased to be joined this morning by a racing legend, Tony Stewart, who is joining us again here on Fox 35 News Plus. Here, second time we've had you on the show here, and always enjoy talking with you. We appreciate you coming in, sticking around after you had the chance to kind of co-host GDO Extra. How was that?
It's always fun. I mean, obviously, we've done some TV work with Fox in the past doing the broadcasting, so it's we're not shy with a camera by any means, but got to do a little cooking today, and got a gift for Dominic, our son. So it was a fun show today.
Yeah. The broadcasting. I'm curious. What it is like for you certainly weren't shy on the track and never have been either, but I'm just curious about what that is like, kind of what you bring from the racing world when you do things like that, because you do so well at it.
I think the thing that I always focused on was trying to remember every time we started a show, and we're doing a race, obviously, you're literally calling the race. So it's like you can think about all the aspects you think that are going to happen, but you're literally calling the action. But I think the thing that communication-wise with the fans through the show that I wanted to do is make sure that I remembered that there's somebody that's watching for the very first time, and there's somebody that's been watching for 30 years. So you don't want to make it so technical that the people that are watching the first time can't understand it, and you don't want to dumb it down so much that the person that's been watching for 30 years is bored watching you. So trying to find that balance, but making sure that, having other people that you're working with in the booth, Mike Joy and Clint Boyers, who I worked with the most. When you're working with those guys, you're complementing each other. There's things that Mike sees, there's things that Clint sees, and then there's things that I see that they miss, or vice versa. Or sometimes Clint will see something, but he wants me to expand on it. So that's the fun part for me, is sitting there as a driver and knowing what it feels like in the seat to sit there and take that time and try to convey to the people that are watching why that is important in the moment of what's going on in the race.
What do you? I want to get your take on the race yesterday. I mean, what a finish, first of all.
Yeah, chaos. That's what we expect to see at the restrictor plate tracks. But, basically see, I think, 2 wrecks basically on the last lap. But Tyler did a great job at the finish. I mean, you see the fake move to the outside, and then he goes to the inside. And Chase Elliott, I think a lot of people have to give him credit because he absolutely could have destroyed both of their chances to have a good run. And Chase still got wiped out at the end of it coming to the finish line. But Tyler did a great job. Tyler's teammate, Riley Herbst, you heard Michael Jordan in the interview talk about how understated Riley was in that. And Riley did a great job of staying with his teammate, being a good partner, and really giving Tyler that push that got him the momentum to make the move on Chase Elliott.
That's a good point about the teammates, because I think sometimes people do forget that in a lot of ways it is a team sport.
Yeah, normally on a normal race week it's not, but when you get to the restrictor plate tracks it absolutely is, because you cannot pass all those cars by yourself. It's all about strength and numbers. And if you have 2 or 3 teammates that you can work with, and you know that you have that confidence that if you're the first driver in that line, that whatever you do, your teammates are going to follow suit. That's really important in the strategy at the end of the race.
I want to talk a lot about Top Fuel with you here, but I do want to just ask you about the trucks race. What was that like being back in a truck like that?
It was neat. I haven't ran a truck at Daytona. I only ran a handful of truck races in my career, but to be back at Daytona, I think I underestimated how much I was going to enjoy it. I really loved it. I mean, obviously we didn't make it to the end of the race with a crash, but it was a lot of fun to work with a NASCAR team again, to go through the same inputs and discussions that we had 10 years ago when I was driving full time. So it was neat to go back. It was neat to see a lot of friends. I really only signed up for 1 race, but I think that we're going to seriously consider maybe doing another one throughout this year. So we'll look at the schedule. We'll see if there's a race on an off weekend from our NHRA drag racing that piques our interest, and maybe we'll do it again.
All right, good. That's good to hear. Let's talk about NHRA. I mean, 75th season. That's huge.
Yeah, obviously I didn't grow up in drag racing, but it's really an honor. I feel honored this year to be a part of their 75th anniversary, and to do it in a season where I'm driving for a different team. My wife is back in a Tony Stewart racing car again, but that left me without a job, so I found employment somewhere else. And it gives me a really unique opportunity that there's potential at some point during the season that I'm going to line up against my wife in a race.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because I before we dive into that, I think the last time we talked, you were going to be driving Leah's car, and obviously that's something that you really enjoyed and obviously succeeded at. Like, what about that made you want to continue to now, like you said, driving a different car now so that you can keep doing it?
Yeah, if you think back to when Dale Sr. was driving for Richard Childress Racing, he was driving for Childress and then started DEI, and so then essentially was racing against his own cars and teams that he owned. It's really the same thing, just the opposite direction. I already had the teams, now I'm going to drive for somebody else, but it's a great opportunity. Obviously, I didn't have that opportunity to drive a Top Fuel car until Leah was ready to start a family, and I'd driven in the top alcohol dragster category and had some success there, finished second in the World Championship points. And when it came time to decide on who we were going to put in the car, originally I didn't want my name in that list. I knew I did not have enough experience, but later in that season, and we're second World Championship points in top alcohol, I said, I might change my mind on this. So being able to fill in for Leah while she was pregnant with our son Dominic, and then last year, her being a business person, she doesn't just take care of Dom at the racetrack, she has a very active role with the team. So she had a busy year last year being a mom and still working with the race team, but we knew halfway through the season that I could see that itch in her eye. She's ready to get back in the car. So I'm not a very good spectator for very long. I love having our race teams, love having Matt Hagan and Leah drive for us, but even Leah can tell you I'm much happier when I'm driving something. So to have an opportunity to drive for Richard Freeman and Elite Motorsports, when that opportunity came around, it's a perfect spot for me to be with. It's a great race team with a great group of people, and the fun part is now I have, at some point this year, there's going to be a part where I'm going to line up against my wife and we're going to go head to head.
Have y'all talked about that?
Oh yes, in depth, in a lot of depth actually, because I was not willing to drive for somebody unless we had that conversation, because my marriage to my wife means more to me than me driving the race car at this point. So a lot of conversations about what that would look like, and luckily the couch that we bought at our house is very comfortable, so if I win and get kicked to the couch because of it, I have a nice place to stay. But Leah has assured me that when it comes time to race, we have to treat each other just like any other competitor out there. The emotional part of it is we know we're going to be racing each other and it's going to mean more to us, but for me, it's a no-lose situation for me. If I win, I go to the next round. If I lose, my car's going to the next round. So if we have to line up against each other, it's still a win-win for me at the end of the day. But the only negative to it, if I get beat, is I'm going to get a lot of text messages from my buddy that my wife kicked my butt. So that's the part I won't be looking forward to. Yeah,
it's kind of a catch-22, but you are both just such strong competitors that I would imagine it kind of is not necessarily conflicting, but you do have multiple things that kind of enter your mind.
Yeah, and I think Leah's actually looking forward to this opportunity more than I am. I mean, I just love competing. Yeah. And the fact that you throw your spouse in the equation, I think that's something she's more looking forward to, of us actually lining up and racing against each other. But I think if we're going to do that, we're hoping that it's in the finals. That way, one of us for sure is going to win the event. So, but it's something that we literally did sit down and we've had multiple discussions about it, because the last thing I want is, for us to race against each other and that get in between our relationship. So as much as you would think it would be easy and go, it's no problem, it's a race and one of you is going to win and one's going to lose. Emotionally and how competitive we both are as people and spirited as we are, that was definitely a discussion that had to happen before we agreed to do this.
Well, that will be something to watch when that does happen. Gator Nationals coming up. What is that event like? I know you've done it before. What's it like?
Yeah, it's definitely obviously the kickoff season for NHRA, and like you mentioned earlier, the 75th anniversary this year. So to go to Gator Nationals this year, NHRA has a lot of neat things planned that are not traditional events this year. So what they're going to bring to their 75th anniversary is going to make this season that much more special. But obviously, we're used to being in the NASCAR world and coming down to Florida and starting our season, and the same with the NHRA side, going to Gainesville. We're going to be there March 6th through the 8th, and to start the season off and hopefully, get off on the right foot. But like I said, driving for a different team, so we have a little bit of a learning curve to go through there. But I'm looking forward to it. I think, from my side as a team owner with Matt and Lee, I'm looking forward to those guys both having a great season. And I'm going to be working with a startup team essentially, but I think we have good people that can really get this thing off the ground and get on track in a very short amount of time.
How different is what you're doing now with NHRA Top Fuel from what you did last week in the trucks race, or what you did for so many years on a NASCAR track?
Polar opposite. I mean, literally my entire career in motorsports, this will be 47 years that I've been racing. And the majority of that time, everything that, whether it was dirt track racing, NASCAR, IndyCar, sports cars, all kind of fit in the same bubble, but had their spots at different sides of it. NHRA drag racing is on a complete island of its own over on the side. Most of the things that we do in all these other forms of motorsports just don't apply. Mainly because we're driving cars that are just short of 12,000 horsepower, and we're going from 0 to 330 plus miles an hour in 1,000 feet and in less than 4 seconds. So it's just an incredible ride. It's a rush that you can't get. You're never going to drive anything in the world that accelerates as hard as a Top Fuel dragster does. So it's just something that no matter what form of motorsports you've been around, until you see an NHRA drag race, you have not seen the extreme level of it.
I was going to ask what that adrenaline is like when you're behind the wheel in something like that.
Yeah, it's, and it makes me go back to a interview I saw that Leah did. And when we first started dating, I was kind of stalking her a little bit online and trying to learn more about her. And I saw a quote that she had when somebody asked her what she thought the difference was between the NASCAR Cup Series and NHRA drag racing. And I think her quote is very, very accurate with having done both now. She goes, take what they do in a 3.5 hour race and condense that down to what we do in 3.5 seconds. It's the same intensity, just in a very short time frame. So the intensity that we have in that 3.5 seconds is tenfold what those guys do over the course of the day. They're just doing it for such a long duration. So you have to be really amped up. You have to be on top of it, literally cutting a good light. That the reaction time of when that light changes, that is everything for a driver. That's what the crew chiefs are looking for. that is the primary job of the driver, is to have a great reaction time. But then you have a lot of things driving. It's not just holding the wheel straight and going in a straight line. It never goes straight on a good run. You're constantly having to drive that thing, and you're driving a car with almost 12,000 horsepower. So to try to control that in a very narrow lane in 1,000 feet is it's just a really, really high rush.
How has being a dad to Dominic changed your perspective?
The good thing is, in the car, it's not changed anything, and I think that's probably the one area that everybody thought would change, thinking, this is dangerous, we could get hurt, obviously in motorsports you could get killed in racing. It doesn't change any of that for me. It doesn't change it for Leah. Leah's tested and has said that she doesn't think about it while she's in the car, and it shouldn't. If it's a distraction in the car, then you definitely don't need to be doing it. But I think where Dominic and having our son at the track is an asset is, if you're having a rough day and a bad day, you literally go into the hospitality trailer, and he doesn't know whether you've had a good run or bad run. He looks up, he smiles, he sticks his arms up, wants you to pick him up. And the good days are better, and the bad days just don't seem as bad.
That's awesome. Tony, we'll let you go, but I know there's so many racing fans here in Central Florida that love continuing to watch you. What do you make of the sport in general right now, and kind of where things stand? You think things are looking good for the outlook when it comes to racing?
Yeah, I think motorsports as a whole is strong right now. I think during COVID we all really worried about what was going to happen and what the fallout was going to be. The crazy thing is that we saw short track racing at lower levels. That's the level that we thought was going to get hurt the most. It actually thrived through it and grew, and because of that, it's high tides raise all ships scenario. So like we said, NHRA is having an anniversary season, a big anniversary with 75 years. It's going to be a massive year for NHRA drag racing. To sit there and see what we saw yesterday at the Daytona 500 and the lawsuit with NASCAR and 2311 and Front Row Motorsports, to have a 2311 team finally win the Daytona 500 like that, I feel like it's a good opportunity to finally put a period on the lawsuit finally and quit talking about it, and have something positive. I mean, that team went through a lot. NASCAR went through a lot last year with that lawsuit, and to have a storybook finish like that you couldn't script, and to have Tyler Reddick win for 2311 and Denny Hamlin and Michael Jordan, I think is a great way to start the NASCAR season. So I feel like, even though IndyCar hasn't started yet and we haven't seen what their season's going to start off like, I really feel like as a whole, motorsports is going to be very, very strong this year.
All right, we love to hear that. Legend Tony Stewart, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus
today.
Great
to see you again.
Yeah, you too. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you to Tallahassee now, where the Florida House Transportation and Economic Development Budget Subcommittee, yes, that is quite the mouthful there. They're discussing a number of bills today, including some aspects of the budget, including some changes to the Emergency Response Fund. We listened in last week. Some debate and concerns about the governor's use of the Emergency Response Fund. This bill essentially would make some changes to that, including some guardrails, some restrictions, some things like it could only be used for natural disasters. It would have some limits on what can be used to purchase it. This is because there's been an uproar from some about the governor's use of that Emergency Response Fund for immigration enforcement instead of things like a hurricane response. So let's go ahead and listen in live from Tallahassee right now.
Discretion to a university's board of trustees. It transfers specified facilities, property, and associated debt from the University of South Florida, Sarasota Manatee campus to New College of Florida and provides for related students.
Okay, actually, I kind of set up the wrong thing here. This is the House Higher Education Budget Subcommittee, where they are discussing a couple of things of interest, including the a transfer of some land from USF's Sarasota Manatee campus to New College of Florida. So let's go ahead and listen in. The bill would also allow universities to raise tuition for out-of-state students. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Carry forward funds toward previously funded PICO projects or deferred maintenance needs. And it removes the requirement that Miami-Dade College partner with the Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom. The PCB also authorizes the use of state funds to support compliance with Title IX mandates in intercollegiate athletics. And lastly, the bill clarifies that university research facilities are included within the definition of educational facilities for purposes of fixed capital outlay and facilities planning. That is the bill, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any amendments to the bill? Seeing no amendments, members, are there any questions on the bill? Rep. Escamani?
Thank you so much, Chair, and great to be here as ex officio as well. I'm going to focus on New College and the transfer of USF's campus to New College. The State University System's own Doge report revealed that New College is the most inefficient university in Florida by tens of thousands of dollars. So why should we move an asset from USF over to New College when they're financially not doing well?
Yep. Yes, Chair, you're welcome to speak on this.
Thank you, Chair. No. Thank you, Chair. Well, first, I would disagree with the premise of the question. I think that's incredibly argumentative. But I would say that the rationale behind this policy is that, USF's primary campus is located in Tampa, while New College is located in Sarasota. So transferring what is now currently the Sarasota Manatee facilities to the institution that is already headquartered in Sarasota aligns governance with geographic proximity. It allows for more direct oversight, strategic planning, and responsiveness to regional needs as New College seeks.
Okay. Follow-up, Chair?
Follow-up.
Thank you so much. Would the transfer also include debt from USF's Manatee County?
Chair Bisada, you recognized?
Thank you, Chair. Yes.
Okay. Follow-up, Chair?
One more follow-up.
Thank you so much. Knowing the inefficiency report about New College, do you have concerns about the college's ability to manage that debt since they already are heavily subsidized by the state of Florida?
Chair Bisada?
No, I don't have concerns, and all of our universities, our public universities, are subsidized by the state of Florida.
Are there any other questions of the committee? Rep. Young?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chair Bisada, for this. I'm looking at the bill, and it says continuous enrolled USF students admitted before July 1 will have a reasonable, highest priority for classroom space and support services, and must have a reasonable opportunity to finish locally within up to 4 academic years. I'm just trying to figure out kind of how reasonably appropriate is defined in practice.
Chair Bisada, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yep, great question. So we did provide in there that, we want to give priority to the students that are currently housed there and attending courses there. And then the two institutions will work out logistics amongst themselves, but we wanted to make sure that we were ensuring that the students that are already there have highest priority.
Follow up?
Yes. So, just if you would allow me to. So what happens to like the students who are like, I know that this serves an older population, this USF in the Minnesota counties area, an older population who may be doing like caregiving responsibilities, or they may have to do like a stopgap or stop out for life, or are part-time, or they need that longer runway than the traditional timeline, whether it be 4 years or beyond that. Like what happens for those students? Do they also, I think my question really is that priority still extended to them even if they have that longer runway?
Chair Busada?
Thank you, Chair. So there's nothing in there that specifically prescribes for, someone taking time off from school, but the two institutions could work out, if a situation like that arose, how they would handle it. So they have the flexibility to come up with an implementation plan for something like that as well, if the need is there.
Well, let's say Rep. Escamani, back to you. Oh, very fine. Oh, I didn't see him enter. Thank you. Rep. Campbell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to New College as well. The first question is, how do they plan to fund all of this, and what role will taxpayers play in covering the costs?
Chair Busada?
Thank you, Chair. So another great question. So we are transferring $22.5 million from USF to New College. So the facilities were financed with revenue pledged by USF's housing and student fees. And New College is inheriting a long-term revenue backed obligation tied to a housing system that was sized and financed based on USF enrollment assumptions. So we are transferring that money over since they are acquiring these new facilities. So there is no, new burden to taxpayers.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Some discussion continuing in this higher education subcommittee meeting right now. Some pushback on this potential transfer of land from USF's Sarasota Manatee campus to New College of Florida. It's something that House Democratic Caucus leaders spoke about in their weekly news conference that they held earlier today. We'll play that for you coming up in a little bit right here on Fox 35 News Plus. Right now, though, we're going to take a break, and then when we come back, we're going to check in on another House committee that's debating that emergency response fund and some changes that would prevent the governor's office from using it for immigration enforcement. So more things happening in Tallahassee on the other side of this break.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We're getting ready for a news conference coming up around noon in Polk County, where we're expect to hear officials talking about the active brush fire season already. But I want to get you right now to Tallahassee, where this is the House Transportation and Economic Development Budget Subcommittee getting ready to debate some changes to the governor's emergency response fund. This would reinstitute it, kind of extend it, but it would also make it to where that money can only be used for natural disasters. Keyword on natural disasters, not just other emergencies like immigration enforcement. There has been some pushback on the governor's use of that money for that. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Natural emergencies only, and requires legislative consultation to approve funds for states of emergency that are renewed after the first 60 days. Requires the revenue to remain in the EPRF fund instead of being invested to ensure the funds are readily available to respond to emergencies. Requires federal reimbursements to be deposited in the general revenue fund rather than the EPRF. It requires quarterly reporting that includes some information like year-end balances, cash flows, accounting of all inventory and assets purchased, and a written attestation from the DEN Division Director that the information is true. And it also terminates the fund on July 1st, 2030, unless reenacted by the legislature. And that is the bill, sir.
All right, having explained his PCB, members, we are in questions. Ranking member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rep, I just had one question. I just want to fully understand that this money is strictly for natural disasters. It cannot be used for immigration. Is that true?
You recognize.
Thank you, Rep. Yes, this bill is money appropriated for natural disasters.
All right. Rep Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rep Griffiths, you outlined a lot of really good accountability measures in here. Can you explain what our current process is as a legislature to understand what, for example, the cash balance or some of the accounting for inventory and assets purchased are in regards to natural disaster spending?
All right, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Rep Cross, right now there is a report that comes in from DEM. It's just we want to make the report a little more quarterly to follow up with that. We realize that we don't want to tie the hands of DEM at all. We want to make sure they're readily available to respond, but we just some more accountability.
All right. Rep Daly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative, briefly, before the establishment originally of this fund, what was the process? Heaven forbid we had a catastrophic storm. What would happen? Where would those dollars that I assume normally would come from this trust fund since its establishment? What was the process before the trust fund establishment, if you know?
You're recognized.
Thank you, Rep Daly. The governor had to he had to pull out of general revenue and get an appropriation from the state.
All right.
A budget amendment, sorry. We had to do budget amendments. So.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Seeing none. Public testimony. All right. To bear with me here. Arlene Colin Lorani, SPLC, wave and support. Karen Woodall, Florida Center for Fiscal and Economic Policies, is a proponent. Would you like to speak? Yes, you're recognized.
I just wanted to take this opportunity to actually speak in support of a bill. I feel like I haven't been doing that too much this session. And Rep Griffiths Committee, we appreciate this piece of legislation. We believe this is the responsible approach to dealing with the Emergency Preparedness Fund. And we just want to thank you and urge everybody's support.
Thank you very much. No, Rep Griffiths went through a massive storm in his area as a county commissioner, so he is a good one to help on these type issues. Any other public testimony? Okay. Members, we are in debate. Rep Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Rep. Griffiths, I appreciate you bringing this bill forward. I think it's unfortunate that we have to go this route because of mismanagement of funds, and I think a lot of mistrust in the executive branch. But I think this is a good, fiscally responsible way to ensure that we're ready for natural disasters. I know that we have at least 10 natural disaster declarations that have been rolled over in this calendar year for things like Hurricanes Helene and Debbie and Milton, which continue to have devastating impacts in many communities. I would like to see this state be more responsible and more responsive in how we respond to these natural disasters. And so I think this is a really good bill.
All right. Ranking Member Hart-Lohman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the rep just about covered mine. I just want to say I am grateful that this is going to prohibit the use of buying planes or boats or motor vehicles. So thank you very much for putting this into the bill. I believe this is a true accountability piece. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. And Rep. Daley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for the bill. I struggle with this one. I really do, because and the reason I asked the question I did. Just like you, Vice Chair, I've been in the situation where your community is devastated by a storm and you want to get, a solution as quick as possible. My question was directed at, was there adequate procedure in place prior to the establishment of this trust fund to begin with to address those issues? And if not, were there other ways we could have done this aside from creating this trust fund because it's been abused? And so I struggle with this because on one hand, your PCB puts additional restrictions and requirements on these funds, but I question the need for it. Noting for the fact that the governor, aside from the budget amendment, could also call us into special session. He knows how to do it according to my April schedule. So it's never been an issue. So I really struggle. I'm gonna support it today, but I question whether the trust fund in and of itself is necessary given the other procedures that have worked for Florida for years and years and years and haven't been abused, and it's not nearly as easy to abuse. I think it's absolutely abhorrent that they have justified the use of dollars in this trust fund for the creation of Alligator Alcatraz and other things across this state, which mainly, if you didn't know, if you haven't been, I've toured it. I'm a former prosecutor. I actually didn't find the conditions nearly as bad as some of my colleagues did. I didn't, because it's a detention facility. But here's the reality. The amount of money that went into that facility to pay the cronies of this administration, the unelected Attorney General's administration, is crazy. And I'm glad to see us doing something and putting restrictions there. But I don't like the idea of them having this pot of money at all, with or without the restrictions. So I'm gonna vote up today in a favor, if you will, to the Vice Chair. But I do have concerns with the concept overall. And I will say, from just touring Alligator Alcatraz, I just want the contract for the water, because we paid for it to be moved in. The shower water, the drinking water, every ounce of water that went into that place had to be out because it was never supposed to be that detention facility. It was a total scam on the taxpayer. Oh, the feds are going to reimburse it, but they haven't, and they probably won't. So while I appreciate the efforts in this bill, I don't think it should be an option at all.
All right. Any others in debate? All right. You are recognized to close on your PCB.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Rep. Daley, for your comments and your concerns, and I completely understand. 2018, my community was hit by Hurricane Michael, so I know you want immediate response. You want people in the area. You don't want any delays. When you call DEM, you want them to be able to respond as quick as they can. If this trust fund is not recreated, or the emergency response fund is not recreated, then the governor has no choice but to call us for a special or a new session to get that money appropriated. I, like you, probably don't like my April calendar being as messed up as it's going to be, but we will be here for that. So generally, this bill, all it does is ensure some accountability with taxpayer dollars. We're asking our locals to do it every day with every bill we run up here to tighten the budget, to watch out. We're just asking to do the same thing within ourselves. I don't think there should be an issue with that. We can always meet in special session to address unique situations like we have in the past. We appropriated $300 million for immigration last year. We can do that again. I ask for your support in this because this is really for natural disasters, which we know can happen anytime, any place. Gives the state the opportunity to respond in a quick manner, and with that, I close.
Having closed on the PCB, Sienna, please call the roll.
Chair Schoaf.
Yes.
Ranking Member Hart-Lohman.
Yes.
Representatives Alvarez.
Yes, ma'am.
Connerly.
Yes.
Cross.
Yes.
Daly.
Yes.
Fabricio. Gentry.
Yes.
Greco is excused. Griffiths.
Yes.
Lamarca.
Yes.
Oliver.
Yes.
Owen.
Yes.
Spencer.
All right. Please show PCB 26-02 is passed favorably. Thank you. And last but not least.
So that bill did pass favorably out of that committee. Again, that is a bill that would put some limits on the emergency response fund for the governor's office. As you saw in the lower third there, the governor has faced some criticism for his use of that for immigration enforcement. He's also faced some pushback on taking federal reimbursements or the concern that federal reimbursements could be used to go back into that fund rather than going back to the legislature where the money comes from to begin with. So there's just been a lot of questions about the use of that emergency response fund for things other than natural disasters, and this would put a limitation on it to where it could only be used for natural disasters. Just some more debate on that. You know, this is coming from the House. We would have to see whether there would be any advancement on that in the Senate. It's unclear. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you right now to Polk County, where officials in Bartow right now talking about what has already been an extremely active brush fire season. We have seen that all around the region. Polk County's been in a burn ban, been under a burn ban for a while. I've had very little rain. Hearing from Polk County Fire Rescue and other county officials talking about where things stand. Let's go ahead and listen in.
In the state of Florida, out of Tallahassee. But right now, and just since February, let's say February, Polk County Fire Rescue has responded to 170 brush fires. Out of those 170 brush fires, just for the month of February, there have been about 3,100 acres that have been burned. Out of those 170 fires since February, 10 of those have involved one or more structures. And what I mean by structures can be defined as a shed and or a residence. We've unfortunately lost a couple homes in those. And unfortunately, a friend of mine and a retired firefighter of ours that retired about 13 years ago, he lost his home in that. The cause is from a fire. Now, was it an illegal burn or how that fire started? That's still under investigation. But I do know he was a retired firefighter, and most importantly, he was a friend of mine, and it's really unfortunate for that. But that's just the dire need of. That just proves the point that how dry it is out there right now. So just since Wednesday, let's just rewind that back and bring it down to a smaller on a micro scale. Since Wednesday, Polk County Fire Rescue's responded to 72 brush fires. Out of those, we burn about 1,200 acres. I shouldn't say we burn about 1,200 acres. The fire actually burned about 1,200 acres, and we extinguished those. So then bring back a little bit more even from yesterday. Yesterday, Polk County Fire Rescue responded to 30-plus vegetation fires. 2 of those led into structure fires and or property damage. Polk County Fire Rescue is in the business of protecting life and property, and we'll do our best to do that, and we'll continue to do that. We do need a little bit of help from the people out there, too, to just be smart about, just be smart. If it's brown, everything's dry. We're going to start burning stuff. You don't need to have illegal burns. I know everybody would like to really get outside, clean up their yards, and take care of that stuff. Now's not the time to do that right now. So we're just stressing the importance of this drought. State of Florida is in a severe drought right now, severe drought. And like I said, we anticipated this in about November when we enacted that burn ban because the KBDI, the Keach-Byram Drought Index, was at that point where the county actually says, hey, we need to really start thinking about that. We enacted that. And now the drought index is in kind of extreme drought conditions. And it's going to continue to be that way for a while. And I'll pass it to Mr. Paul Womble, and he can be able to discuss a little bit about that when the forecasted rains are coming. But I just can't stress enough to you, it's dry out there. It's prime for fire conditions, and we will do our best, and we will be the best at putting these fires out and protecting life and property. We do need some help. Yesterday, 2 of the bigger fires that were relevant, we did have a large fire in the northeast section of Polk County up in that Davenport area. It was right there off of the Osceola-Polk Line Road. It was an illegal fire. We had a couple sheds and a couple outbuildings that were possibly that did burn up, and some property, and I say property, some heavy machinery. So we did have that. No injuries on that one. Then we also had an area in our southeast section of the county called the River Ranch Resort, and not the River Ranch Resort. It was going to be west of River Ranch Resort, the Westgate River Ranch Resort. It was going to be the River Ranch Hunt Club. They had a large fire out there. Right now it's about 650 acres. Last I knew, and it was about 80% contained. I would say that 650 is probably closer to 700, 720 now. The numbers I had were a little bit earlier this morning, working with our partners at Department of Forestry. They're continuing to contain that fire right now. With that fire, we do want to say our primary function in there is to protect life and property. And part of that was that wind was coming out of the north. Coming out of the south, pushing to the north. So really, Polk County Fire Rescue made a line to protect structures with a lot of our partners from Osceola, Avon Park, Highlands County, Frostproof. Even the city of Davenport ended up sending some trucks. I don't want to miss anybody, but there were a lot of resources come because they know how important it is to get out there. So what we did is we were able to protect any structures that fire did come up to. We did not lose anything like that, working with forestry as they went ahead and cut a line around that. We did shut down Highway 60 for probably about 3 hours yesterday. That was a huge inconvenience for many people. I understand that, especially on this holiday weekend. We do apologize for that, but we got to make sure we can protect other people's properties and keep our crews and everybody from forestry and sheriff's office and everybody that were there. We need to keep them safe on Highway 60. From there, I'd just like to go ahead and pass this to Commissioner Rick Wilson, which his area really encompasses a lot of the driest areas in the county, anything kind of south of 60 and in that area. And being a native Floridian, he can really kind of talk about the drought conditions and what he's seen in his lifetime. Commissioner Rick Wilson.
Thank you, Chief. Again, my name is Rick Wilson, Polk County Commissioner. You know, the Chief hit on a lot of important facts, but I want to tell everybody that I have lived in Polk County all my life, and this is probably one of the driest seasons I have seen yet. The frost that we had weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, numerous frosts, just basically, burnt everything down. And especially, I'm in the cattle business, and I see it every day how bad things are, especially with the wind that we've had. So people have to realize just how easy it is to start a fire in these conditions. And a lot of people, I mean, I know they try to do the right thing or having a barbecue, but just not paying attention. And then when we have all these fires, just kind of like the chief said, all these people that we got out fighting these fires, we're very fortunate in Polk County. We have a lot of good firefighters and a lot of good equipment that we can cover this county, but it takes away from what we have fighting these fires that a lot of them might have been started by accidents or whatever. Even in, mowing pastures, we're, pulling up we have a lot of Kogan grass here in Polk County. It's real high grass. People pull a truck up into it, let it run a little bit, it'll catch fire. So people just have to be aware of what's going on. And it's going to be a while before we get out of this. We don't see any rains coming. I was sitting there watching the radar last night, hoping we'd get just a little bit. But when it got here, it split and pretty much went around us, and we didn't get anything. So people have to be aware of their surroundings, what's going on. Do not start any fires. Just don't. And I'll just say this. I heard last night there were some people that were shooting some fireworks off. For what reason, I don't know. That's not a good idea. And if something happens and you get caught with that, Grady might be coming to see you. So you got to use your head and think about what you're doing right now. We'll get through this, but right now it's pretty tough. But so just pushing everybody to do the right thing. I want to turn it over to Paul Womble, the director of our special operations, and he'll carry on.
Rick, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Paul Womble, Emergency Management Director. So you heard the story, right? It's dry. It's been dry since November. We had frost. We had a freeze. So everything, the fire load is high. The potential is high. I'm a native Polk County, and it's we've had some big fires in our past here, but it's been quite some time. My message is this, along with what the Chief and Commissioner Wilson have said about starting fires. Sean mentioned the fire at River Ranch yesterday. There were folks that had a knock on their door or a reverse 911 call from the communications center that said, you need to go. There's a fire coming your way. It could burn your house down and you need to go. And they had just a few minutes to react. So that's no different than having a hurricane plan or any other disaster plan. If you get that call or you get that knock on the door, what are you going to do? Think about that now. Sean mentioned the fire that unfortunately destroyed a retired Polk County Fire Rescue member. I also knew him very well for a long time. And his house was not out in the middle of the woods, right? It was a somewhat urban area, and it didn't take very much to cause that fire to happen. So think about what you would do in that situation to keep your family safe. Don't delay. If you get a call or a knock on the door that said, hey, there's a fire coming and you need to go, you need to go. We saw folks yesterday leaving the fire area trying to get out, or they came because, they had family in the area. But at that point, there may be a time where you can't get in. So think about what that emergency plan would be now. Think about where you would go, how you would get out. And if you do live in these areas where your home is close to woods, close to trees, even I looked today on the way in, there's just the frost in your normal neighborhood, any neighborhood in this county, if somebody throws a cigarette out or something happens to start a fire accidentally, it could be bad. So just think about that. Be prepared. Please heed the warning of the burn ban, and if not for you, your neighbors, your family, and the folks in your neighborhood. We want everybody to be safe. We don't want homes destroyed, and we certainly don't want any injuries or any folks to get hurt. So with that, I'll bring it back up to Chief Smith, and then we'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate everything real quick. I just want to take the time to introduce Commissioner Becky Troutman also. She's standing right here to my left. Hey, real quick, I just want to stress the importance a little bit of what Paul was saying. You know what I mean? It is severe drought conditions, and Polk County Sheriff's Office and Sheriff Judd is really supportive of this. Just to go over some statistics, too, with Polk County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff's office has cited 21 people in the county with for an ordinance burn ban since November, since we issued that ban. Many of those individuals and/or people that were cited are also getting additional criminal charges. I don't know what those are, and the sheriff's office also has people there being charged. They're charged with the burning during the state of emergency, which the governor issued a declaration on February 9th, and what that means is Governor DeSantis signed an emergency declaration on February 9th because of the severe drought conditions in anticipation of the drought conditions. It's going to be historical, much like what Commissioner Wilson said and Native Floridian Mr. Womble, and I know Ms. Troutman also, that this is setting up to be a historical. I mean, it is so dry out there. I've been doing this 22 years right here in this county, and I've watched it and watching the fires years ago up there on the I-4 corridor when they shut down I-4. This is looking like this could be similar to that. I don't wish that upon anybody, but it is going to be historical. Sheriff's office is on board to really start ramping this up and taking care of the business that he normally takes care of. We just want people to be safe, man. It's common sense. Think about your family. Think about your neighbors. And there's a saying in Polk County, too, that we're really trying to just be kind. Be kind to each other and be kind to what you're doing out there, man. There's ramifications that might not go right in your yard, but they do spread. But with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for any questions if I can answer them.
Chief, how are you handling enforcement per se? Are we supposed to be calling the police on our neighbors? How do you handle that?
So anytime you have something and you're nervous or you do see a burn, you can call 911 and you can say it's a non-emergency. Hey, I see a neighbor, or you could just say, hey, I'm driving by and I do see, it appears that somebody's having a recreational burn or an illegal burn. I hate to say illegal, but it'd be a recreational burn when there is a burn ban. None of this. So you can call 911 and you can just say it's a non-emergency line, and they'll go ahead and do that, and they'll handle it different than they would a typical emergency.
Chief, when it comes to the stats you were putting out there,
Yep.
they're jaw-dropping.
Yes.
Can you just give us a sense of how much your crews are taxed right now and what these numbers do to your ability to respond as these come up again and again?
So it's a great question, and it's kind of a threefold or a trident type question, because is it taxing to us? It's not taxing to the people and the effort and everything we're putting forward, but pulling those resources. So anytime we get, let's say we get a brush fire, large scale brush fire, large vegetation fire, our dispatch will go ahead and dispatch the closest units. And sometimes, a lot of times that will require maybe an engine, 2 engines, maybe 3 brush trucks. And not that the engines can't help, but you got to remember too, the engines do carry water. So our brush trucks are sit there, they can go spray all the water, come back, and they can we call it nursing. You can nurse off those trucks. So we need those, and we need the people power there too. So it taxes us on a couple fronts like that. So like yesterday at one time, we had over 30 fires going on at the same time, and they were all, and I'm going to tell you right now, the majority of them, and I'm going to say the majority, 88% of them, were probably from people just not doing it. They were just having a fire in their backyard. A lot of them were picking up the brown, the dead debris and everything, and it just gets, especially with that wind, it just takes off on that grass, and it ran. And once it gets going, it gets into other vegetation, or let's say it'll get into a structure, a shed and or a vehicle. A lot of these vehicles sit low to the ground and it goes up under there. So then we're looking at property damage, and then that creates BTUs, which creates an off gas, which then that catches the next thing on fire.
Have you been in a situation where you're responding to a number of fires and there's a new fire that crops up and you have to wait to respond to that?
No, because we actually, like yesterday, from the high call volume and what we actually had a command staff at dispatch to kind of go ahead and move resources over. So we reallocate resources, pull them over, and we have automatic and mutual aid agreements with every municipality here in Polk County, and we also work really well with Hillsborough, Osceola Lake, Hardy, Highlands County, and it's kind of a reciprocal too. If they need our help, we'll send something.
It's obviously human nature.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever we're talking about, fires, anything else out there that's dangerous, it won't happen to me.
Yeah.
How do you reiterate to people that it can happen to them and that you're not immune and that the fun you think you're having really can turn out to be dangerous?
Oh, yeah, guaranteed. I mean, and the burn ban isn't, Polk County Fire Rescue doesn't want to take any fun away from anybody. State of Florida doesn't want to take fun away from everybody. This is the time of season where everybody enjoys having their little recreational fire and sitting out by the campfire. Now, we're not trying to take that away. We're not trying to tell you what to do on your property. This is your property, man. We fully respect that. But it's at that point where you have to have that 10,000-foot view and look at your actions. There's ramifications for that. And I can tell you right now, people that we do go to, a lot of them are kind-hearted. They never meant anything about it, and there was no property damage. Nothing was burned up besides vegetation. They're like, I just turned my back for a minute, or I looked at my phone for a minute, or that wind gust came in, or it was burning fine, and then the next thing you know, an ember blew, and it blew over there, and then it just took off, and I couldn't get in front of it. So that's how quick it can happen.
What are some of the consequences that people could face if they do not heed the burn ban?
That I can't answer. I know the sheriff's office, Polk County Sheriff's Office issues a citation, and honestly, I can't remember. I think it's a financial obligation, and I don't know that. But we can get that, or I know our PIOs can get that for you. But, in some of these, like Sheriff's Office, once they're there, and and it doesn't stink that they're there, but if they're issuing you a citation for an act, something that we've been promoting since November, and then they find other criminal charges, it just seems like they kind of brought it on yourself. If you could have just followed, just be respectful of everybody else, I think it would have been, probably wouldn't have had any charges and or the original citation.
I know while the sheriff was saying they were going to be smart about things and maybe issue a warning and things like that, but I think we're to the point where warnings are over. It's like you've been told.
Yeah.
I mean, this is serious.
Yeah, no, it's very serious, and I'm not going to speak for Sheriff Judd. He can speak on that, but I think I talked with him a little bit yesterday out there on that Highway 60, and he knows how important it is, and I mean, I know you guys know Sheriff Judd about as much as I do, and I'm sure, I'm not going to speak for him, but I know it's on the radar.
And this is one of the reasons why we're here, to let people know that we're very serious about this, and if it's not going to get any wetter. It's going to keep getting drier and hotter. I mean, not hotter, but drier. And they keep, not doing the right thing. Then I'm going to do everything I can to get the Grady to do what he can to make sure that people pay attention to this, because this is life-threatening. And once these things go up, I mean, it can be some pretty hard consequences.
She didn't talk about it being taxing. Are crews working overtime, working more hours?
No. I mean, we're doing typical shift exchange. I mean, sometimes if a crew is out early in the morning, like we had a fire up there in the Green Pond area where it was kind of about 4 or 5:30 in the morning, and it didn't break until they could do shift exchange about 9 o'clock. So there's a little bit of holdover there just because of the crews rotating and making sure we're working with our being collaborative with Department of Forestry, not leaving them up there by themselves, and then them not leaving our crews up there by themselves. But no, that we haven't, and this is something we'll talk about amongst the command staff and county administration. There's been times in the past, and I could probably have a real good percentage that this probably will be looked at, is as it continues to get dry and the brush fires continue to keep going on the rise, we will kind of up staff on a volunteer basis if people want to come. So we'll have one member on the brush truck all the time, and that also goes back to, our resources. Are we not able to respond to calls? So that brush truck will always be staffed with somebody, and that still leaves our rescues and our engines and our ambulances. Everything's ready, fully staffed. So we might bring on a few extra people per shift. No, it's all over. I mean, the driest area right now in the county for Polk County is everything just 60 south is really dry. And that goes into Hardy County and everything. And then everything's really, so if you're looking drought index, it would be south of 60, but it's everywhere. Just yesterday afternoon, probably about 2-3 o'clock, we had a fire up there in the Lakeland area, which is urban, a mix of industrial urban with some duplexes. It was an outside fire that came in and then started a structure fire up there. And that was right off of, that was kind of not Lakeland proper per se, but right on the outskirts of unincorporated City of Lakeland City of Lakeland zip code. But yeah, I mean, damaged, yeah. there's been a lot of farmland that goes, a lot of cattle. There's a lot of cattle and phosphate and a lot of mining property out the south of that 60 area, but a lot of cattle, a lot of citrus and stuff. Citrus has already taken a big hit with this frost too, and then to have these fires to make sure that we can try to get in front of them. Yes, the vegetation has burnt. We've lost a couple, maybe equipment, but no property per se, like actually gas powered or anything like that. But some of the equipment, some of the spikes, some of the some of the draggers. I'm trying to think of discs. Yeah, discs. That's what I was thinking of, draggers. But yeah, I was thinking of the discs and all that kind of stuff has taken some damage.
How has this impacted air quality? I know some people online have been saying that if they have respiratory issues, they're worried about if they can go for walks in their neighborhoods where the brush fires are at.
Correct. In that, I don't have the actual numbers on that, but obviously if you're respiratory immune, there's going to be issues. Yesterday, I could tell you firsthand down there at River Ranch, I'm not respiratory immune, but I think I was after that a little bit. But it's just thick. It's just it depends on which way the wind's coming and how high, if the humidity's high, that smoke is going to bank down a little bit. I don't have the actual air quality index, but I mean, there is going to be issues like that, especially now is the time that you get a lot of, like, to piggyback off what you said, how do they report it? A lot of people call in because it's that time of year where you like to have your sliders open and your windows open and then your neighbor's burning and you're like, hey man, I'm trying to air out my house and I'm bringing in all this smoke. So there is issues. I don't have the air quality per se. I know we had a scrapyard fire just north of Lakeland, much like she was asking, is it just wooded area, rural area? No, that scrapyard fire we had Saturday was actually from a not a wildfire, but a grass fire that got into some of that stuff. And there's a lot of stuff going on about the toxicity of some of that smoke that was coming from that. And obviously if it's those kind of industrial equipment and or scraps, there's going to be some toxicity. And that's why we wear a proper PPE and all that kind of stuff.
And I think frustrating that there's been so many warnings issued since November, but this problem seems to keep popping up over and over again.
Yeah, and like I said, it's a great question. It's not isolated to Polk County. I mean, I can promise you that. You can look at the drought index. You can look at my peers. Hillsborough County, I know, had their hands full this weekend. Hardy County had their hands full last couple of days. Highlands County, even over there to the Treasure Coast area, they're really battling too. And then if you even want to take it farther south, the colleagues down there in Collier and Lee County, Okeechobee, man, this isn't isolated to Polk. I promise you that.
I think I wanted to address, a lot of times we hear comments about, well, why is in some of the agricultural areas, we hear questions from constituents that say, I see Joe over there burning. Why is he allowed to do that? And I think it's important to understand that in the state of Florida, we do have people that are certified to burn, but that requires a permit from the Division of Forestry. It is my understanding at this time, and especially considering the winds yesterday, that those permits are being issued less and less. So if you take that into account, you think you have somebody who is a certified burner, they actually have to go through training to be able to do this and to pull a permit. They may issue those one day and you drive by and you wonder why they're allowed to burn. And I don't think this is a time that we need to look at our neighbors and say, well, Joe was burning, so I'm going to go home and light a fire as well. But there are differences. That doesn't then open the gate for you to go home and decide to burn your vegetation. So we get asked that a lot. Why are some of the farmers or ranchers able to burn? And they definitely have a set of standards that they are held to. And the Division of Forestry is often on call and will have lines cut to prevent those fires from spreading naturally.
No, that's correct. We've had no injuries besides just basic rehab,
Are you able to, I'm not sure if PIOs can just help us get some pictures of all these fires, not all, dozens, but a few more of the fires that we talked about. It'd be actually very helpful if there's pictures
Okay.
of you guys
Yeah.
fighting fire.
Yeah, we love Brandon, Polk County Fire Rescue, so we're all for that. But hey, just real quick, I do have an answer for that question about the citation. So really it says any citation issued by Sheriff's Office with violation of the burn ban is up to $500 and or 60 days in jail. So.
Chief, you mentioned something earlier about evacuations. How many people have been evacuated during this fire?
Well, they're back now. That was yesterday during the heat of that during the River Ranch fire down there on 60. It would have been east of 630 and 60, the intersection there. There were about, and please don't quote me, I can get those numbers for you, but probably about 20 homes where we reversed 911 and/or went to the door and asked them to knock. Out of those, Mr. Womble, I think maybe just 2 didn't leave. Is that?
Yeah, there were some that didn't leave, but that was about a 2-mile stretch of those homes. So if that would have been in a much more urban area, or an area where there's a lot more neighbors, it could have been hundreds. So again, and we're there's no rain in the forecast. We got a tease last night, but not anywhere near a beneficial amount of rain. So that's why we're here today. This could be weeks and weeks and weeks until we start seeing our normal rainy season, typically in late May or into June, right? So that's a long time. So we want folks to be ready in case it happens. It will happen. We will do this again before we start getting rain, and we want everybody to be ready.
Why is it that you think that the River Ranch area is like year in and year out? I mean, it's every year. River Ranch catches on fire. Is that human errors?
Well, I know a lot of people out there. I mean, it's a lot of hunting. That River Ranch area, it's a River Ranch Hunt Club. A lot of structures been built out there over the years that are sheds, lean-tos, and they don't use it every day, or they don't live there every day. So a lot of stuff gets grown up. They go out once a month maybe and knock it down. That could be maybe one of the causes. And then they got all this stuff they knocked down they might want to burn. I do know back in when was the last big fire out there? It's been years, 2017, and even before then, a lot of the people in there, they kind of got together and really started trying to clean up some of the vegetation that we had down there. But since then, we've had hurricanes that blew in and knocked stuff on the ground. It's been there. We didn't have a hurricane last year, and this year. I can remember in the last 5 or 6 years, I probably can count on one hand as many frosts that we had in the last 5 or 6 years or longer. I remember a couple of years, on our place, we never had a frost. Never. This year, it has been frequent and hard. The only good thing that's come out of this, it has killed a lot of mosquitoes. That's the only good thing that come out of it. But the rest of it has killed everything else also. So. But yeah, they try to do good out there, but it's out there. A lot of these places they don't see them very often, and they just, things get piled up and catch fire and burn.
Yeah, and just to piggyback a little bit off of what Commissioner Wilson said, that River Ranch area, if you're familiar with that area, there's salt of the earth people out there, good people, good-hearted people, but a lot of that is a recreational area where they drive ATVs, side-by-sides, all that. And those, obviously motors get hot, obviously mufflers get hot, obviously the grass is high and the grass is dry. That does happen. It happens, it's not that they're not listening to the burn ban, it's just one of those things where they might park it there to take a break and the muffler's hot, or they overheated the recreational vehicle and it's caught a fire, which is catastrophic because that side-by-side or ATV on fire causes a huge fire. And but yeah. Any more questions? All right, man. Appreciate everybody. You guys all be safe this week.
Officials in Polk County discussing the active brush fire season they've been dealing with. You see the numbers, 72 since Wednesday, 170 recorded in February. They're urging folks to be smart, not to burn. There has been a burn ban that's been in effect in Polk County for a while now. They will be, the Sheriff's Office expected to issue citations for violations of that could lead to a $500 fine or even up to 60 days in jail. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. The Florida Department of Health is warning of a measles outbreak in Southwest Florida. We know a number of students are quarantined at Ave Maria University in the Naples area. This is leading to some concerns. They said they've seen nearly 60 cases since the start of the semester. Joining us live now to talk about this and the concerning case numbers that we're seeing when it comes to measles. We've got Dr. George Rust from the FSU College of Medicine, who is joining us live now via Zoom. And Dr. Rust, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks for having me.
Dr. Rust, first I just want to get your reaction to this outbreak at the university, Ave Maria University in Naples. The numbers, are they concerning to hear about?
Absolutely. We had eradicated local transmission of measles in the United States through the whole country in the year 2000. Most doctors in America who have practiced here all their lives have never seen a case of measles for that reason. But because we've let vaccination rates drift down, because people are getting waivers and reasons not to have the measles vaccine, we're getting a lot more of these kinds of outbreaks. College campuses used to be very well protected. They insisted on proof of measles vaccination before students arrived on campus. So, for example, the University of Florida, I think, has had a case or two and some exposures there, but their measles vaccination rate is 99% for their students. In a school that allows more waivers, you may see a lot more cases. It only has to drift down below 95%. The vaccination rate goes below 95%, and you can get these outbreaks that spread quite rapidly.
What about a college campus might make something like this spread perhaps more easily than just kind of in general population?
Well, students gather. Measles is one of the most infectious viruses that we have around. If you're in a classroom and a student with measles was coughing in there even an hour or two ago, and you're in that classroom, if you have not been vaccinated, you have a 90% chance of getting measles. That's how contagious it is.
And so then, kind of similarly, if you are a college or university that is dealing with an outbreak like this, like Ave Maria University is, how do you go about it? How, given those kind of challenges and just the way that a campus is, how do you go about kind of shutting that down?
Well, it can be difficult. The first cases come in, and you have to move very quickly and very aggressively to prevent that second wave or that third wave, because it can expand exponentially if you let it. That means isolating the cases. It means quarantining people who have been in contact with those cases if they have not been vaccinated, so if they're susceptible. And then it means for all those who are not vaccinated, you can do rapid vaccination campaigns and try to get some protection on board. It takes a week or 2 weeks for full protection to take effect, but it does offer some level of protection. One of the things we have to be aware of is that if you've decided not to get vaccinated, you should understand that you've made a decision that you'll go into quarantine for 21 days if you're exposed to a case of measles, or at least you should. We've had some public health leaders of late waffling on that, emphasizing medical freedom and individual autonomy to the extent that it actually endangers other people in the community.
I want to pull up a CDC map, a recent map from the CDC showing cases in various U.S. states. We see that Florida is not the only one, and not even the worst. Is this concerning to see that there are more cases popping up all across the country?
Sure. In the United States, there have been more cases in the first 5 weeks of 2026 than we had in the entire year of 2023 or 2024. So it's rapidly expanding, started with the big outbreak in Texas, spread around the West and the Northwest. Now we have the big outbreak in South Carolina. Florida is already up, having a significant number of cases this year. And so, yes, we've made ourselves vulnerable. Essentially, our nation and our state are conducting an experiment that is very dangerous and that we know the outcome. If we let immunization levels drop below 95%, then when a case is imported, somebody travels and comes back with measles, then we have the risk of an outbreak through entire communities. And that's what's happening. And so if you look at our under 5-year-old vaccination rate, the kindergartners coming into kindergarten not vaccinated, the vaccination rate should be above 95% and had been in previous years. And now we're down to about 89% in the country. So that means that those kindergartners have a significant level of vulnerability. And that doesn't seem like a big difference, 95% to 89%. But if you do the simulations, what you'll see is that outbreaks spread exponentially once you get below that herd immunity threshold.
Why do you think we are seeing such a drop and a decline in the vaccination rates for measles?
Well, at a lot of different levels. COVID was part of it. I think when people began to question vaccinations more so, we had public health leaders that were chosen more for their ideology than for their public health expertise at times, creating either misinformation or mistrust in vaccinations. But the truth is the measles vaccination has been incredibly effective, and it prevented outbreaks for decades in this country. Gives 97% lifetime immunity if you get the measles vaccine 2 doses. And so undermining that trust in that vaccine, allowing for waivers, trying to lift school mandates, all of these things undermine our ability to protect each other. And I think we have to look at public health in a way as a balance between me first decision making and we all responsibility to our fellow members of our community. And getting that balance right means sometimes we take a vaccine even if we don't like getting shots, because I'm not just protecting myself, I'm protecting other people's children and the rest of the community from an outbreak.
Are there risks associated with the measles vaccine, or is it believed to be safe?
It is quite safe. With any vaccine, there can be complications. Most of the time, it's a local tenderness or a little bit of fever. There are some events like a febrile seizure, a seizure when you have a fever in a child, that are not dangerous but can occur, at the less than 1 in 1,000 kind of level. And then there are some extreme complications that can occur in the zone of 1 in a million. In contrast, I think people forget how serious measles itself is. If a child gets measles, for one thing, they're really sick. They feel awful. They cough and they have a high fever and they're completely dragged out and their eyes are running and their nose is running. 1 in 5 kids will be hospitalized with pneumonia or other complications, and up to 1 in 1,000 may die from measles itself. So the measles infection is dramatically more dangerous than any possible side effects of the measles vaccine.
You talk about the trends that we're seeing, and we looked at those vaccination rates. I'll pull them back up again right there. Given that, as we kind of see some increasing skepticism and declining vaccination rates, do you think these outbreaks that we're talking about could just be a sign of what's to come?
Yes. The people with actual public health expertise sort of know these numbers. You can run these simulations. And when you start seeing vaccination levels dropping below 90% in some communities and in some schools, you'll find, or in some small cultural groups, you'll find vaccination rates down in the 40, 50, 60% range. When that happens, you're just asking for an outbreak. One case of measles coming into a community like that can spread like wildfire. So it's a dangerous experiment. We know how it's going to come out, and we really have to go back to basics, that vaccines work, vaccines are safe, and particularly the measles vaccine has an incredibly good track record, 97% protection for life, with a very low side effect rate. And measles itself, back when we didn't have a measles vaccine and everybody got measles, some people say, well, why don't we just let people get measles and then they'll be protected for life? Well, the fact is 1 or 2 children a day died in America from measles during that period of time when we didn't vaccinate.
Dr. Russ, last thing here before I let you go, what is your bottom line message that you tell people when this topic comes up? What do you want people to know?
Well, if you're not vaccinated, please get vaccinated. And it's not just for you, it's to protect the rest of the community that you care about, and especially the most vulnerable in our community. And I would say at a policy level, hold the line on school vaccine mandates. They protect all of us and all of our children, and to drop them is to endanger our children.
Dr. George Rust with the Florida State University College of Medicine. We appreciate your expertise, and thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you.
We're going to
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. What a Daytona 500. Did you watch that race yesterday on Fox 35? Quite a finish. Tyler Reddick coming in to win on the last lap, passing Chase Elliott as he crashed, and that kind of solidifying that victory for him. We talked about it a little bit earlier with Tony Stewart, but I want to play for you now what we heard from Tyler Reddick speaking to reporters in Winner's Circle last night after capping off that kind of surreal finish for the Daytona 500.
Thank you.
Take us through that last stretch there. You lead for one lap only, and it's the one that matters.
Yeah, I finally got to see it sitting there talking to Kyle, and I thought the race was going to end when we were in the middle of 1 and 2, so I was trying to position myself to hopefully be in the lead when the caution came out, and it just kept going. So, we got going down the backstretch, and I was trying to slow everybody down, realize the top was kind of breaking away with Chase and the 38. So, fortunately, my teammate Riley was still in the mix, and he gave me a really good push to get me back past Joey Logano and Ricky Stenhouse. And I don't know, I didn't have the greatest run, but I had some momentum. And I used that to close to the 38. I pulled to his right rear, and I was surprised, he didn't make the block. And then from there, the momentum never really went away. And I had a big run on the 9, and I was able to capitalize on it and pulled his inside and crossed the line first.
I know it's only been 45 minutes, but they say this is life-changing, but can you feel it already it's going to be?
It still is in that period of feeling, like a dream. It still is. And it's starting to sink in slowly, but I still just can't believe it all happened. I was out there spinning through the grass, waving at the fans, and now here with the ring and the trophy. It's stuff I've been as a kid growing up, dreamed of being a reality for most of my life.
What did your son ask you this morning? What did your son ask you? In your son on top of your car. First time I've always seen someone's family on the car. How special was that to enjoy that moment with your family? It was really cool.
It was important to me because my son was sitting in the car on the grid, and he asked me, "Do you think you're going to win it this time?" And I'm like, you know what? Actually, something feels right today. Every time I've come to this race, I've been excited, I've been motivated, but it hasn't felt right. Like everything's falling into place. And throughout the race, it didn't really look like that. But I don't know. Just with the way that last cycle played out, us staying up front, the caution, and being second with 5 or 6 laps to go there when we took the green again, it was like, man, I've been dying to have an opportunity like this for 8 years in the Daytona 500, and this is the first time I've been in this spot, so I've got to capitalize on it. And for the most part, the top was rolling, coming to the white, and I was kind of not really in control, but cars got together, bad push, and everything broke loose.
Why you're asking your son to ask you that question every week from now on?
He in some way, he asks how I feel about the race, but the Daytona 500 is and always has been different, for sure.
Tyler, to lift that trophy in this place with Michael Jordan, what is that moment like?
I've had some pretty big moments in my career. To be able to share each of them with my time here at 2311 with Michael Jordan is just, again, as a kid growing up, you never would have dreamed that you'd be a Cup driver. You'd have opportunities to win Cup races, to win a Daytona 500, to do all these great things for the owners, and then your owners be, of course, one of them, Michael Jordan. And so to win Talladega a couple years ago and get him his first trip to Victory Lane while he was there was a huge moment. He was carrying my son Bo into Victory Lane, and then winning our biggest race that we have all year, like the way we did, and being able to share it with him is just, it's storybook type stuff. Well, I wasn't in front for very long, so it wasn't a very long period of time that I was feeling that way. Well, of course I lose myself. I scream in excitement and just disbelief that it's finally happened. And then for the next 2 miles, I'm keying up, asking my guys, we won, right? right? And no one responded, probably because they're all losing their minds over here. And I finally got back around to the start-finish line like, yes, you won. And so it's just an unreal feeling. I'm not sure, but we're going to be up a long time tonight. I know that. Yeah. Well, I wasn't in front for very long, so it wasn't a very long period of time that I was feeling that way. Well, I mean, of course I lose myself. I scream in excitement and just disbelief that it's finally happened. And then for the next 2 miles, I'm keying up, asking my guys, we won, right? We won, right? And no one responded, probably because they're all losing their minds over here. And I finally got back around to the start-finish line like, yes, you won. And so it's just an unreal feeling. I'm not sure, but we're going to be up a long time tonight. I know that. Yeah. Riley? Yeah, I mean, we from our very core at 2311, we're working together in everything that we do, whether it's the cars back at airspeed or the drivers working to prepare throughout the week, and that's a shame. But for us, I mean, we do so much throughout the season, throughout the week to prepare and be on the same page and be as prepared as possible. So for Riley to have that opportunity there to kind of be able to push me, but not just help me, but help himself get through, that wad of cars that was kind of backing up, and then him make the right choice for himself, try to win the race, go on the outside of the 9. Everything I think he did perfect. It's a shame that they got caught up in it. I think at one point it looked like he was going to win the race, but he helped me, but then he helped himself at the end. And unfortunately, it didn't work out the way that he wanted it to, but he did everything right in my book.
Tyler, is the reality of
Yeah. For me, last year was really tough not winning a race. We got to the next gen car a couple years ago at RCR, and we won 3 races. And then the following year, I came to 2311, won 2, and then won 3 in 2024. So to have the year go the way that it did last year, it was hard on myself. It's hard on our whole team. We're expected to win multiple races a year. We're expected to, be in the mix going into the championship 4 with the old format. So for us to kind of be out of the picture on all those things and not getting the job done when we had race-winning cars was a hard pill to swallow going into the off season. And the positive, though, is it promoted, tough conversations, serious conversations, things that needed to be talked about. We did, and we addressed those issues. And certainly multiple times a day, things weren't necessarily going the way we wanted them to, but we just kept in mind those things we talked about. All right, well, first stage didn't go great, second stage didn't go great, but stage 3 is a new race. We're going to reset and get the most out of this, and that's what we did tonight.
Tyler, is the reality of this moment as good as that dream you had?
It's pretty surreal. As a kid growing up, you don't think about having kids. You don't, you don't realize, you got kids, you got a family, you got, parents are here. And everyone has sacrificed so much to help me get to this point. So to be able to share that moment with the people that are here is special. But on top of that, my grandfather, there's so many other people that I've worked with or have been a part of my life that aren't even here anymore that have added to me getting here. It means a lot to win for not just myself, but each of those people that have helped me advance throughout my career.
All right, so we also heard from Tyler Reddick earlier today at the Daytona 500 Winners Breakfast. Fox 35's Marley Capper had the chance to catch up with him. You'll hear more from him coming up in a little bit. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us live on Fox Local and YouTube. 1 o'clock right now on this Monday afternoon, and good to see you. We appreciate you joining us today on this President's Day. You may be home from work. You may get the day off. Your kids may not be in school. We appreciate you joining us if that is the case. Meanwhile, in Tallahassee, the Senate is not in session today, but a number of House committees and subcommittees are in session today. And we heard earlier from leaders of the Florida House Democratic Caucus who talked about a number of things as we kind of enter week 6 of the legislative session. They talked about the budget because that is a lot of the work that we're seeing done on the House side of things today. They talked about the Emergency Response Fund, which we got into a little bit earlier, especially with that bill being discussed today, that would put some limits on it, including making it for only natural disasters. They talked about the state's role in immigration enforcement. They also talked about that potential transfer of land from USF Sarasota Manatee to New College of Florida. You're going to hear from State Representative Fentress Driscoll, Democrat from Tampa, who's the House Minority Leader. Also going to hear from Kelly Skidmore and Christine Hunchofsky, 2 other Democratic caucus leaders, speaking in this virtual news conference with reporters earlier today.
Good morning and welcome to week 6. Get ready for the budget, whether we're ready or not. It's here. And so we wanted to share a little bit of what is on our mind. Also joined with me today is our leader pro tem and leader designate, Christine Hunchofsky, and our policy chair, Representative Kelly Skidmore. So let's get into it. First, I wanted to talk about the Emergency Preparedness and Response Fund, because what we've seen is exactly what Democrats predicted. It has been wasteful spending. Over $500 million on immigration enforcement that the federal government should have paid for. These were oftentimes stunts like Alligator Alcatraz. So much of this was done to further Ron DeSantis' political ambitions. Our tax dollars are not his campaign funds, and they should not be used for stunts or wastefully spent on no-bid contracts to politically connected donors. DeSantis spending over $90 million on a porta potty company does not even pass the smell test. We need to rein in the governor's spending and at the very least put guardrails on this fund. If they listened to some of us 4 years ago, Florida would have hundreds of millions of dollars that we could have spent on good programs to help Florida's working families and seniors who are struggling with this affordability crisis. Now, the House wants to cap the fund at $100 million, limited to natural disasters only, and make the Emergency Management Secretary accountable for the spending. These are all things that should have happened years ago. And if we're going to keep putting tax dollars into this fund, then we need simple accountability measures like this. Let's go ahead then with that and just kind of open it up and talk about the budget. If you have any questions, you can feel free to put them in the chat or take yourself off mute, and feel free to ask questions about anything. This is, our weekly time to make ourselves available to you to address any questions that you might have or any issues that are on your mind.
Hey, Leader. This is Forrest. I appreciate the avail as usual. I'm just curious, do you think Democrats, the caucus, will be supporting this guardrail emergency fund that the House is proposing today?
I anticipate that we'll see some yes votes from Democrats on this bill today, and it's just because of what I mentioned is that we've been in favor of accountability and transparency all along. I remember when we first debated this emergency fund that the Republicans tried to sell it as, no, we're building an accountability now, and we could see what is to stop the governor from declaring, an emergency outside of Florida at the border, for example, and where he could just use these taxpayer dollars in favor of political stunts. And that is exactly what has happened. So I'm glad to see that there's some accountability measures being put forward. I think there's a lot more that we could do, but my anticipation is that you'll see some mixed votes today and probably see some Democrats in favor of it.
Quick follow on that, if that's okay. I'm curious, do you buy the argument that the Senate was kind of pitching, which is we have to pass this now, we can't let this fund expire because it's going to put us potentially in jeopardy? Obviously, the Senate is not aligned with this version of the trust fund, so it sounds like it's going to take some debate. We will see the fund, I expect, lapse tonight. Do you think that puts us in a vulnerable position?
No, I don't. And, keep in mind that it's the legislature that has the power of the purse. So if ever we needed to come together and authorize emergency spending, we could do that in a special session. There are other ways to account for this. We have a legislative budget commission, for example. So no, I don't buy that argument that this was, a time to light our hair on fire. I think we already had mechanisms in place. But perhaps I could open it up actually to Rep. Skidmore, Rep. Hunchofsky, if you have any thoughts about this.
Thank you, Leader. And thank you for the question, Forrest. I think that the Senate and the House and the Senate are doing this dance right now, as we always do, and there's some tension there. So it's a lot of times the Senate holds a line and the House holds a different line, and that's a negotiating point. And I feel like that's probably, as Leader said earlier in our caucus, this is the first salvo of the House and Senate budgets, and there'll be a lot of negotiating back and forth before we settle. So I just think it's a starting point.
Thank you. I guess the last point I'd make is that we had emergencies before this fund existed, and somehow we managed. So I don't think it was a light your hair on fire sort of emergency. From Cody Butler, are you worried GOP infighting will put Florida at risk if there's a disaster with the House version? Senator Hooper said, in other words, that infighting would. Well, I think I addressed part of that question, which is to say that we've had emergencies before this fund and somehow we have managed. But the truth is that Republicans are fighting and Floridians are losing. And let's talk about this in broader brushstrokes, right? The House budget is roughly $113.6 billion. The Senate budget is around $115 billion. The governor at $117.36 billion. That means that there's a lot of negotiation that's going to have to take place to get some same pagedness so we can get to the finish line. In this budget, we see the biggest trust fund sweeps in 5 years. This takes money set aside for other purposes and uses it to pay for things like tax breaks for the wealthy corporations. This budget also shows that there's no plan to address the coming deficit that's been projected by the long-range financial outlook. So while the Republicans are fighting, I tend to say that yes, the Floridians, people are losing. Our neighbors, our friends, our constituents, Floridians are losing. And whether that's with respect to this emergency fund or anything else that has to be negotiated, they're quite far apart. And I just hope that we can get that same pagedness to put Floridians first and pass a budget that addresses some of our more pressing concerns. Any other questions?
Hi, it's Gary Fineout. Can I ask a question?
Hi, Gary. Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to I wanted to ask. You're going to have the unemployment compensation bill up this week. I believe it's on special order for tomorrow. I'm just kind of curious. Have you all gotten any information as to? There's a conversation about their possibility of reducing fraud. I'm just kind of curious in committee meetings or from Commerce or anything like that. Have you all seen anything that actually quantifies whether or not there is actual fraud going on in Florida when it comes to unemployment compensation?
I'm going to kick this over to, well, I see Rep. Skidmore came off mute, and then Rep. Hunchofsky, if you would.
It must be hiding with all that election fraud. No, the answer is no. We have not seen any evidence in either case.
Yeah, and just to add to that, our office is only hearing from people who are eligible for those benefits having trouble accessing those benefits. There's been no fraud brought to our attention. It was also a little curious to me that it took forever to find out what the cost would be of these additional quote unquote guardrails, and that all of a sudden it was said that the department could absorb it. And I wonder if this extra cost is actually going to make any sort of a difference. We've only heard from constituents who are eligible for these benefits and have not been able to access them without the help of our office intervening.
Thank you, Reps. Another question from Cody. The House and Senate budgets are closer together than last year. Any hopes negotiations will be more productive this year? Well, actually, the way that this was rolled out shows that the House and Senate Republicans aren't communicating well, and the bad relationships are still a problem. The committee chairs did not explain to us or the public how they came to their decisions. So we know even less than we normally do about how and why choices about our tax dollars were made. And I think that is in part because there is this infighting with Republican leadership. I mean, we all saw the tweets about who was going to put their budget out first, or we're holding it, and then there's a rollout of a budget, and then the other chamber was caught flat-footed. So I don't know. One thing I have noticed is that both are using budgetary illusions to make spending seem far less than it is. As best we can tell, they're moving around $2 billion in transportation funding to the back of the bill, for example. So that's a way to make it look like your budget is much smaller, but in reality, the spending is still there. And so it's a bit of a fiction in terms of what they're showing the public. Let's see what else we got. Mike, good morning. What legislation is out there that you think is important, that has some momentum, but you think has a good chance of dying because of fighting? Well, I want to uplift our affordable housing bill, House Bill 675, that the House Dems have been putting forward, and the Senate Dems have an identical version. This is a really good affordable housing bill. It would save thousands of dollars for Floridians who are very low to moderate income at closing. It would extend the life that housing that uses live local dollars has to that housing that uses live local dollars has to remain affordable. It adjusts the AMI to make sure that this housing that's being developed is truly affordable. We've been able to get it past one committee stop, and I hope we get it across the finish line. But when there's infighting, there naturally are casualties, and I hope that this bill is not one of them. I hope that there's going to be enough time to get these on the last remaining committees in the House so that we can advance. Anna, I see that you took yourself off of mute. Do you have a question?
Yes, hello, Ana Cuervo with Telemundo. Going back, I'm sorry, we discussed this a few minutes ago, but on the immigration enforcement funds under the governor's state of emergency, one of the responses we've heard from Republicans is that with the instability in Cuba, that there could be an immigration emergency. How do you respond to that? Are those funds needed?
Thank you for that question. I respond to that the way that I do with respect to any immigration question, which is that immigration is a function of the federal government. We have a governor who is extremely ambitious and continues to try to insert himself into national issues. If there is an issue with a country, by the way, another country, that is something for the federal government to address. And if they would like Florida's help, I'm sure they could enlist us and pay for it. The problem that I have with all of this is that it's Florida's taxpayer dollars that are going on for these political stunts. So that's a hypothetical that I think is not anything to be worried about. If there were an immigration emergency or some sort of a national emergency over in Cuba, then we could count on our federal government to handle that. And if they needed Florida, they would have to be the ones to foot the bill. Because if you look at what we are constitutionally obligated to do as a legislature, it is to pass a balanced budget. If you look at what the Constitution says about education, we're supposed to provide a high quality system of education, and for that to be the great equalizer here in our society. Instead, we see all this lack of accountability when it comes to the voucher program. We're spending billions of dollars on this, literally siphoning money away from our public schools. We see a lack of investment in affordable housing. In fact, by some estimates, there's roughly $140 million less in the Sadowski Affordable Housing Trust Fund this year. So I don't even think we need to get to those issues. I think we should check DeSantis and have him set his ambitions aside and focus on the issues that are most important to Floridians, which is namely the affordability crisis.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any additional thoughts or questions? I hit on the voucher program just a little bit, but just to dive into that with more specificity, it's estimated to cost around $4.5 billion this year, the voucher program. So we said from the beginning, we need guardrails to prevent abuse. A lot of money is spent writing checks to wealthy families who had already taken their kids out of public schools. Florida still doesn't spend enough on our public education system. We understand that some families want educational options, but that cannot be used as an excuse to dismantle public education. Our traditional public schools are a promise that America makes to families, that everyone can have access to a quality free education, no matter who they are or where they are from, their race, their gender, nothing. And so it's something that is a big priority for the Florida House Democrats. And I wish it would just be a priority for the legislature as well, making sure that we are fully funding our public schools. A couple of additional questions. Mike, let's see, where do you hope the House moves on its current budget proposal? Well, for starters, I want to make sure that that ADAP funding is fully there. This is the AIDS Drug Assistance Program, and we know that there are thousands of Floridians who would lose access to drugs that effectively make their HIV and AIDS non-transmittable. And we know that funds will expire on March 1st. We know that something is going on with the Department of Health, and maybe this was just a policy choice that they made, that they don't want to fund this program. But this is something that could lead to a recurrence of a public health crisis, and it is entirely unavoidable if we fund that program. You know, I would love to see the House drop its requirement that any programs or contracts that use state funds can't have diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. I think that's just so silly that we're trying to legislate things like that through the budget. I'd like to see Florida Forever funded. There's a lot that I think the House can do to improve upon the budget. So those are just a few of the things that I'd like to see. Anything to add, Rep. Skidmore or Hunchofsky? I think we're winding down. Okay, well then I'll just use this opportunity as someone who represents the University of South Florida's Tampa campus, which is its flagship campus, that I'm greatly concerned that New College is trying to capture basically USF Manatee and Sarasota for itself. New College has become the worst investment of our tax dollars among Florida's colleges and universities. It is absolutely the most expensive school by far. It is constantly surrounded by a controversy, but it's the governor's pet political project. So it's receiving this land from USF, which has been a good school and a good community partner for years. So it's very curious to me why we would be giving this campus property when they can't even manage their own property. We saw that the current New College president got a $200,000 bonus. That's almost as much as the president of the University of Florida, which has roughly 62,000 students versus roughly 700 at New College. So the USF community doesn't want this. This reeks of grift, and I hope that this does not make it through the budget process and that we stop this dead in its tracks.
House Democratic leaders speaking earlier today to reporters ahead of a number of House committee meetings and subcommittee meetings today. A big topic being various aspects of that budget, that process continuing to move forward as we see the different proposals in the House and in the state Senate. Well, breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus, we have learned that Academy Award-winning actor Robert Duvall has died at the age of 95. This is a Facebook post from his wife, Luciana, saying, "Yesterday we said goodbye to my beloved husband, cherished friend, and one of the greatest actors of our time. Bob passed away peacefully at home, surrounded by love and comfort. To the world, he was an Academy Award-winning actor, director, storyteller. To me, he was simply everything. His passion for his craft was matched only by his deep love for characters, a great meal, and holding court. For each of his many roles, Bob gave everything to his characters and to the truth of the human spirit they represented. In doing so, he leaves something lasting and unforgettable to us all. Thank you for the years of support you showed Bob and for giving us this time and privacy to celebrate the memories he leaves behind." We don't have any details about the cause of death or anything at this point, but again, Robert Duvall, dead at the age of 95, an actor known for his roles in movies like Apocalypse Now, Lonesome Dove, my personal favorite, The Godfather. So many roles over the years in so many different ways. He was certainly very talented. and we wish his family the best in what is a difficult time for them. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. The Bright Line today unveiled a specially wrapped train that they are now calling the Freedom Express, that is specifically designed to celebrate America's 250th birthday. It was debuted this morning at Brightline's Orlando station at Orlando International Airport, and it features 10 iconic moments in American history, starting with the signing of the Declaration of Independence.
Washington crossing the Delaware, the vision of the Golden Spike connecting our two coasts, the giant leap of Apollo 11, the moral clarity of Dr. King at the Lincoln Memorial. These are not just dates in a textbook, they are the moments that define our progress as a nation. By placing these images on one of the most advanced passenger rail systems in the country, we're connecting the triumphs of the past to the innovation and progress of our future. But Brightline, we believe, is more than a train. It's our people here at Brightline that give it a heart and make it truly shine. I want to take this moment to recognize our team who are dedicated to the safe, comfortable, efficient journey of our guests. Thanks to our team who worked so hard on the design and the implementation of this wrap on the Freedom Express. Please give it up for our team. Thank you. As I always like to say when we gather together like this, it's never only about Brightline. It takes a village to make something like this happen. So I'd like to recognize some key partners, elected officials, government and community leaders who continually contribute, sacrifice their own time, and serve our communities to continue to make our nation what it is today. Thank you. Among those, I would like to invite Rusty Roberts, Senior Policy Advisor to the Federal Railroad Administration, as well as Michael Tyler, Head of Customer Service, Siemens Mobility North America, who are the manufacturers and maintainers of this rolling stock, of this equipment, to share a few remarks. Rusty, if you could come up.
Thank you, Patrick. I appreciate it. Now, I want to thank all the first responders who are here today, that we honor you today for your service. As we come together today to celebrate our nation's 250th birthday, we are reminded that the American experiment is still ongoing. For generations, American entrepreneurs and heroes like our nation's first responders have risked everything to build, test, and keep the American spirit alive. Given that proud tradition, it's an honor for the FRA, Federal Railroad Administration, to join Brightline and Siemens today to debut these incredible train wraps, which serve as tributes to key moments in our shared history, like the signing of the Declaration, Gettysburg Address, and the Golden Spike, which Patrick just mentioned, which is the first transcontinental railroad. Brightline Trains stands out as a passenger line known for being on the cutting edge in modern rail, the vanguard of a new era in passenger rail, and the model for an intercity rail renaissance in America. At a time when demand for passenger rail is rising, President Trump and Secretary Duffy of the Transportation Department stand ready to support the continued expansion of intercity passenger rail when and where it makes economic sense. This is in line with the FRA's core priority of supporting the development of safe and efficient rail infrastructure, moving people and freight, strengthening America's supply chain, supporting jobs across the entire economy. Mr. Goddard, you and the entire team at Brightline should be proud that Brightline is the first intercity passenger train in the U.S. to commemorate our nation's founding with this magnificent historical depiction. So, as we gather here together to celebrate America's 250th birthday, let's remember that this industry has kept the American experiment moving forward, and that rail will certainly be a front and center for the next 250 years. On behalf of our FRA Administrator, David Fink, thank you for inviting me to join you and our local heroes here today for the inaugural ride aboard the newly decorated Siemens-built train to celebrate America's 250th. Thank you.
All right, good morning. Can you hear me in the back? Very good. Thanks for inviting me to address a few words to you today. We're very proud to be here. We're very proud of the train that you see behind us. The Siemens-built train built for Brightline. I'd like to start out by thanking Patrick for the invitation. Thank you very much. Special thanks to Rusty Roberts. See if I get the title correct. Senior Policy Advisor to the FRA. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your long history with Brightline. I know it goes back well over a decade. You helped bring this dream to where it is today. Service members and first responders, I see you all. Thank you for your service. On a side note, I'm a Navy kid. My dad spent 25 years in the Navy. My brother drove tanks in Desert Storm. My grandfather was a naval service member in World War II. So I see you, I hear you, I respect your contribution. It's actually the greatest regret of my life that I did not enter the service. So thank you very much for your service, always appreciated. We've got 3 service members from the Brightline maintenance team here today. They're hiding in the back over there somewhere. Lewis, Izzy, James, I see Lewis, I see Izzy, I see James. Thank you. These trains are maintained not a mile down the road, and those 3 gentlemen help make that dream come true every day. About 15 years ago, Brightline started this dream of a private railroad, which hasn't been accomplished in the United States in well over 100 years. They came to Siemens to partner with them, and together we designed, engineered, manufactured, and serviced these trains, which I'm proud to say are made in America, they're built by Americans, and they're full of components that come out of almost every state in the United States. So if you want a more American-made train, you cannot find one. These trains are fast, they are quiet, they are safe, and they're reliable. When I was thinking about what these trains represent and what today represents, a couple things I think of when I think of America and how Brightline has brought American values to these train sets. And I think of innovation, determination, and pride. I will leave you with this. These trains achieve well over 95% on-time performance. Nobody in North America can come anywhere close to matching those figures in terms of delivering performance in the rail industry. So congratulations to Patrick. Siemens is your committed partner today, tomorrow, for the next 250 years. We'll turn this over to whoever comes after us. Siemens is truly an American company. We're here to partner. We've got 45,000 employees in the United States. We invested $700 million in manufacturing facilities and how much, Kara? $10 billion in software acquisitions. Appreciate very much the opportunity. I'm going to take a ride to Miami. I don't know how many of you will join me, but I hope you do. It is a great train ride. You're going to enjoy the 3 hours with us. I'll be on the trains. If you have any questions about how they are made, how they are maintained, and how they operate, you can come to me. We'll have a fair amount of Brightline people with us as well to answer questions. And with that, back to Patrick.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Thanks, Rusty. Once again, so grateful for all of you to have joined us today to celebrate in America's birthday. This train is going to be running all the way through the summer, and we're actually going to be connecting it in Miami at the History Miami Museum. They're going to actually have, tell me again, the Bill of Rights on display over July 4th weekend. So if you're looking for something to do over July 4th weekend, hop on the Freedom Express down to Miami to check out the Bill of Rights at the History Miami Museum. We're going to board this train about 9:05. We welcome you to take pictures, hang out, but if you're on the train after that, you're coming to Miami with us. So be warned. Thank you all for being here today, and we appreciate you being here. Thanks to all our first responders for hanging out, for being part of this community, and to be part of this effort to celebrate America's 250th birthday. Thank you.
A special unveiling earlier today in Orlando. You see the America 250, the Freedom Express Brightline train that was unveiled today. And as far as I know, our crew made it off the train in time. Didn't end up making that trip down to Miami, but that train did take off and head down. So it's already in operation after being unveiled this morning. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. Had the chance earlier to speak with a racing legend, Tony Stewart, who joined us inside our streaming studio here today to talk about the Daytona 500 over the weekend, the NHRA, his upcoming competition in Gator Nationals, and also the chance of racing against his wife in the NHRA Top Fuel Series. I had the chance to speak with him just after he wrapped up co-hosting Good Day Orlando Extra today, and I started off by asking him how that was.
It's always fun. I mean, obviously, we've done some TV work with Fox in the past doing the broadcasting, so it's we're not shy with a camera by any means, but got to do a little cooking today, and got a gift for Dominic, our son. So it was a fun show today.
Yeah. The broadcasting. I'm curious. What it is like for you certainly weren't shy on the track and never have been either. But I'm just curious about what that is like. Kind of what you bring from the racing world when you do things like that, because you do so well at it.
I think the thing that I always focused on was trying to remember every time we started a show, and we're doing a race. Obviously, you're literally calling the race, so it's like you can think about all the aspects you think that are going to happen, but you're literally calling the action. But I think the thing that communication-wise with the fans through the show that I wanted to do is make sure that I remember that there's somebody that's watching for the very first time, and there's somebody that's been watching for 30 years. So you don't want to make it so technical that the people that are watching the first time can't understand it, and you don't want to dumb it down so much that the person that's been watching for 30 years is bored watching you. So trying to find that balance, but making sure that, having other people that you're working with in the booth, Mike Joy and Clint Boyers, who I worked with the most, when you're working with those guys, you're complementing each other. There's things that Mike sees, there's things that Clint sees, and then there's things that I see that they miss, or vice versa, or sometimes Clint will see something, but he wants me to expand on it. So that's the fun part for me, is sitting there as a driver and knowing what it feels like in the seat to sit there and take that time and try to convey to the people that are watching why that is important in the moment of what's going on in the race.
What do you, I want to get your take on the race yesterday. I mean, what a finish, first of all.
Yeah, chaos. That's what we expect to see at the researcher plate tracks. But, basically see, I think, 2 wrecks basically on the last lap. But Tyler did a great job at the finish. I mean, you see the fake move to the outside, and then he goes to the inside. And Chase Elliott, I think a lot of people have to give him credit because he absolutely could have destroyed both of their chances to have a good run. And Chase still got wiped out at the end of it coming to the finish line. But Tyler did a great job. Tyler's teammate, Riley Herbst, you heard Michael Jordan in the interview talk about how understated Riley was in that. And Riley did a great job of staying with his teammate, being a good partner, and really giving Tyler that push that got him the momentum to make the move on Chase Elliott.
That's a good point about the teammates, because I think sometimes people do forget that in a lot of ways it is a team sport.
Yeah, normally on a normal race week it's not, but when you get to the restrictor plate tracks it absolutely is, because you cannot pass all those cars by yourself. It's all about strength and numbers. And if you have 2 or 3 teammates that you can work with, and you know that you have that confidence that if you're the first driver in that line, that whatever you do, your teammates are going to follow suit. That's really important in the strategy at the end of the race.
I want to talk a lot about Top Fuel with you here, but I do want to just ask you about the trucks race. What was that like being back in a truck like that?
It was neat. I haven't ran a truck at Daytona. I only ran a handful of truck races in my career, but to be back at Daytona, I think I underestimated how much I was going to enjoy it. I really loved it. I mean, obviously we didn't make it to the end of the race with a crash, but it was a lot of fun to work with a NASCAR team again, to go through the same inputs and discussions that we had 10 years ago when I was driving full time. So it was neat to go back. It was neat to see a lot of friends. I really only signed up for one race, but I think that we're going to seriously consider maybe doing another one throughout this year. So we'll look at the schedule. We'll see if there's a race on an off weekend from our NHRA drag racing that piques our interest, and maybe we'll do it again.
All right, good. That's good to hear. Let's talk about NHRA. I mean, 75th season. That's huge.
Yeah, obviously I didn't grow up in drag racing, but it's really an honor. I feel honored this year to be a part of their 75th anniversary, and to do it in a season where I'm driving for a different team. My wife is back in a Tony Stewart racing car again, but that left me without a job, so I found employment somewhere else. And it gives me a really unique opportunity that there's potential at some point during the season that I'm going to line up against my wife in a race.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because I before we dive into that, I think the last time we talked, you were going to be driving Leah's car, and obviously that's something that you really enjoyed and obviously succeeded at. Like, what about that made you want to continue to now, like you said, driving a different car now so that you can keep doing it?
Yeah, if you think back to when Dale Sr. was driving for Richard Childress Racing, he was driving for Childress and then started DEI, and so then essentially was racing against his own cars and teams that he owned. It's really the same thing, just the opposite direction. I already had the teams, now I'm going to drive for somebody else, but it's a great opportunity. Obviously, I didn't have that opportunity to drive a Top Fuel car until Leah was ready to start a family, and I'd driven in the top alcohol dragster category and had some success there, finished second in the World Championship points. And when it came time to decide on who we were going to put in the car, originally I didn't want my name in that list. I knew I did not have enough experience, but later in that season, and we're second World Championship points in top alcohol, I said, I might change my mind on this. So being able to fill in for Leah while she was pregnant with our son Dominic, and then last year, her being a business person, she doesn't just take care of Dom at the racetrack, she has a very active role with the team. So she had a busy year last year being a mom and still working with the race team, but we knew halfway through the season that I could see that itch in her eye. She's ready to get back in the car. So I'm not a very good spectator for very long. I love having our race teams, love having Matt Hagan and Leah drive for us, but even Leah can tell you I'm much happier when I'm driving something. So to have an opportunity to drive for Richard Freeman and Elite Motorsports, when that opportunity came around, it's a perfect spot for me to be with. It's a great race team with a great group of people, and the fun part is now I have, at some point this year, there's going to be a part where I'm going to line up against my wife and we're going to go head to head.
Have y'all talked about that?
Oh yes, in depth, in a lot of depth actually, because I was not willing to drive for somebody unless we had that conversation, because my marriage to my wife means more to me than me driving the race car at this point. So A lot of conversations about what that would look like, and luckily the couch that we bought at our house is very comfortable. So if I win and get kicked to the couch because of it, I have a nice place to stay. But Leah has assured me that when it comes time to race, we have to treat each other just like any other competitor out there. The emotional part of it is we know we're going to be racing each other, and it's going to mean more to us. But for me, it's a no-lose situation for me. If I win, I go to the next round. If I lose, my car's going to the next round. So if we have to line up against each other, it's still a win-win for me at the end of the day. But the only negative to it, if I get beat, is I'm going to get a lot of text messages from my buddy that my wife kicked my butt. So that's the part I won't be looking forward to.
Yeah, it's kind of a catch-22, but you are both just such strong competitors that I would imagine it kind of is not necessarily conflicting, but you do have multiple things that kind of enter your mind.
Yeah, and I think Leah's actually looking forward to this opportunity more than I am. I mean, I just love competing. Yeah. And the fact that you throw your spouse in the equation, I think that's something she's more looking forward to, of us actually lining up and racing against each other. But I think if we're going to do that, we're hoping that it's in the finals. That way, one of us for sure is going to win the event. So, but it's something that we literally did sit down and we've had multiple discussions about it, because the last thing I want is, for us to race against each other and that get in between our relationship. So as much as you would think it would be easy and go, it's no problem, it's a race and one of you is going to win and one's going to lose. Emotionally and how competitive we both are as people and spirited as we are, that was definitely a discussion that had to happen before we agreed to do this.
Well, that will be something to watch when that does happen. Gator Nationals coming up. What is that event like? I know you've done it before. What's it like?
Yeah, it's definitely obviously the kickoff season for NHRA, and like you mentioned earlier, the 75th anniversary this year. So to go to Gator Nationals this year, NHRA has a lot of neat things planned that are not traditional events this year. So what they're going to bring to their 75th anniversary is going to make this season that much more special. But obviously, we're used to being in the NASCAR world and coming down to Florida and starting our season, and the same with the NHRA side, going to Gainesville. We're going to be there March 6th through the 8th, and to start the season off, and hopefully, get off on the right foot. But like I said, driving for a different team, so we have a little bit of a learning curve to go through there. But I'm looking forward to it. I think, from my side as a team owner with Matt and Lee, I'm looking forward to those guys both having a great season. And I'm going to be working with a startup team essentially, but I think we have good people that can really get this thing off the ground and get on track in a very short amount of time.
How different is what you're doing now with NHRA Top Fuel from what you did last week in the trucks race, or what you did for so many years on a NASCAR track?
Polar opposite. I mean, literally my entire career in motorsports, this will be 47 years that I've been racing. And the majority of that time, everything that, whether it was dirt track racing, NASCAR, IndyCar, sports cars, all kind of fit in the same bubble, but had their spots at different sides of it. NHRA drag racing is on a complete island of its own over on the side. Most of the things that we do in all these other forms of motorsports just don't apply. Mainly because we're driving cars that are just short of 12,000 horsepower, and we're going from 0 to 330 plus miles an hour in 1,000 feet and in less than 4 seconds. So it's just an incredible ride. It's a rush that you can't get. You're never going to drive anything in the world that accelerates as hard as a Top Fuel dragster does. So it's just something that no matter what form of motorsports you've been around, until you see an NHRA drag race, you have not seen the extreme level of it.
I was going to ask what that adrenaline is like when you're behind the wheel in something like that.
Yeah, it's, and it makes me go back to a interview I saw that Leah did. And when we first started dating, I was kind of stalking her a little bit online and trying to learn more about her. And I saw a quote that she had when somebody asked her what she thought the difference was between the NASCAR Cup Series and NHRA drag racing. And I think her quote is very, very accurate with having done both now. She goes, take what they do in a 3.5-hour race and condense that down to what we do in 3.5 seconds. It's the same intensity, just in a very short time frame. So the intensity that we have in that 3.5 seconds is tenfold what those guys do over the course of the day. They're just doing it for such a long duration. So you have to be really amped up. You have to be on top of it, literally cutting a good light. That the reaction time of when that light changes, that is everything for a driver. That's what the crew chiefs are looking for. that is the primary job of the driver, is to have a great reaction time. But then you have a lot of things driving. It's not just holding the wheel straight and going in a straight line. It never goes straight on a good run. You're constantly having to drive that thing, and you're driving a car with almost 12,000 horsepower. So to try to control that in a very narrow lane in 1,000 feet is it's just a really, really high rush.
How has being a dad to Dominic changed your perspective?
The good thing is, in the car, it's not changed anything, and I think that's probably the one area that everybody thought would change, thinking, this is dangerous, we could get hurt, obviously in motorsports you could get killed in racing. It doesn't change any of that for me. It doesn't change it for Leah. Leah's tested and has said that she doesn't think about it while she's in the car, and it shouldn't. If it's a distraction in the car, then you definitely don't need to be doing it. But I think where Dominic and having our son at the track is an asset is, if you're having a rough day and a bad day, you literally go into the hospitality trailer, and he doesn't know whether you've had a good run or bad run. He looks up, he smiles, he sticks his arms up, wants you to pick him up. And the good days are better, and the bad days just don't seem as bad.
That's awesome. Tony, we'll let you go, but I know there's so many racing fans here in Central Florida that love continuing to watch you. What do you make of the sport in general right now, and kind of where things stand? You think things are looking good for the outlook when it comes to racing?
Yeah, I think motorsports as a whole is strong right now. I think during COVID we all really worried about what was going to happen and what the fallout was going to be. The crazy thing is that we saw short track racing at lower levels. That's the level that we thought was going to get hurt the most. It actually thrived through it and grew, and because of that, it's high tides raise all ships scenario. So like we said, NHRA is having an anniversary season, a big anniversary with 75 years. It's going to be a massive year for NHRA drag racing. To sit there and see what we saw yesterday at the Daytona 500 and the lawsuit with NASCAR and 2311 and Front Row Motorsports, to have a 2311 team finally win the Daytona 500 like that, I feel like it's a good opportunity to finally put a period on the lawsuit finally and quit talking about it, and have something positive. I mean, that team went through a lot. NASCAR went through a lot last year with that lawsuit, and to have a storybook finish like that you couldn't script, and to have Tyler Reddick win for 2311 and Denny Hamlin and Michael Jordan, I think is a great way to start the NASCAR season. So I feel like, even though IndyCar hasn't started yet and we haven't seen what their season's going to start off like, I really feel like as a whole, motorsports is going to be very, very strong this year.
So that's exciting to hear from Tony Stewart, and especially when it comes to NASCAR with the Daytona 500 and the finish in that race yesterday. Now, Fox 35's Marley Capper had the chance to catch up with Tyler Reddick this morning at the Champions Breakfast and ask him about how everything went down.
Good morning. It has been a kind of chill morning so far. We know that the crew is probably partying last night and enjoying the win, as they should, but I would love to introduce you to the winner, Tyler Reddick. How are you doing this morning?
Yeah, doing great, honestly. We got to celebrate a little bit. We also got a little bit of sleep too, so trying to balance it as much as we could.
Of course. Well, congratulations. We're so excited for you. Can you tell me a little bit how you're feeling with this win? What was that like, crossing the finish line and realizing we did it?
Yeah, it was a wild last lap for sure. For me, the first 6 years that I ran this race, I was pretty much out of it with about 15 to go, whether I was quite literally wrecked out of the race or had too much damage to contend for the win. So for last year to go the way that it did and come so close but finish second was promising, but obviously disappointing to be so close and not win, and for things to go as they needed to in the final stage, for us to execute well and put ourselves in position to have a shot was awesome. And yeah, we lost control of the race a little bit in the closing laps, but that's when some of the cars, some of the leaders got together, collected themselves, and I honestly got a piece of it on the right front, but didn't take me out, and I was able to kind of regain my momentum once I realized they weren't going to throw the caution for the cars spinning, and I just was very fortunate to find my teammate Riley Herbst, get the push from him, and take the little bit of momentum I got from that to just carry myself back to the lead.
This is the third year in a row where it's come down to the final seconds, final lap because of crashes or big ones that have happened. So once you came through, the first thing you said when you got your first interview was, did we just win?
Yeah.
So are you still processing it? Has it hit you yet that you are a Great American Race winner? Like how are you feeling?
Yeah, you know, minutes removed from crossing the start-finish line certainly didn't feel real. And, you know, the more time that's passed, the more it's really sunk in. You know, I've got the jacket, been wearing the hat.
You got the ring and the Rolex. Can we show those off? Can we show the ring?
I can't get the watch out of the jacket.
The jacket's a little tight.
Yeah, but the ring's amazing. Yeah, just as more time has passed, being able to celebrate with everyone on the team and a part of 2311, it's sunk in for sure.
Yeah, of course. So last question here. You know, talk about how this race can really define someone's career. There's very few winners. You're the 44th new person to have won this. How does this set the tone for the rest of the season? Obviously, we know the playoffs aren't in play anymore. Things are going to look different. Is this hyping you up for the start of the season?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, in 2025, we were in the mix quite a bit.
Yeah.
We never capitalized on race winning speed and won races in 2025. That was tough for me. That was tough for this entire 45 team, and to be able to, you know, do what we talked about in the off season, what we've been needing to do all 2025, and start 2026. That way, closing races out and winning is a very promising start. Obviously, the point side of it too is really nice. To be able to score a lot of points at a race that can be as chaotic as the Daytona 500. But yes, you know, looking back on this, if it's the only one I win, you know, this will be a huge part of what my career in the Cup Series is about, is the Daytona 500.
Well, it's well deserved. It's well deserved. Really quick before we go, talk about your ties here to Volusia County. Really quick for us.
Yeah. Oh man, for many years, I used to go out to Volusia and race during speed weeks. You know, me and my family, we would be down here in Florida for what felt like dang near 3 weeks, running dirt late models all over the place. And you know, it would start at Golden Isle in Georgia, and we'd go over to Tampa, race at East Bay Raceway Park that used to be there. Won my first late model race there many years ago now, and always went to Volusia and always had fun, always had speed. It was a really fast racetrack. So for years and years, we would come down here, and I'd drive by the Speedway. I'd get to see it, maybe pop in. We got to come watch a race here in 2009 too. So
nostalgic win.
Yeah,
congratulations.
It's just incredible.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Congratulations again, and to your whole crew.
Yeah, really cool there, and good getting to hear from Tyler Reddick after a huge Daytona 500 win. What a race that was. We are getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but I don't want you to go anywhere. We are going to continue our live streaming news coverage. 2 o'clock hour of Florida Live. We're going to welcome in our audience from Tampa on their digital platforms, not on TV today, but we are obviously continuing our live stream here on Fox Local and on YouTube. So just keep it right here because we have much more to come over the next hour and a half. We're expecting a news conference from Governor Ron DeSantis, who is expected to speak in Big Pine Key coming up in about 30 minutes or so. And you know how those things do, often running a little bit late. So we'll keep an eye out for that, but we hope to bring that to you live in the next little bit as well. So we still have a lot to get to. Keep it right here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back. Before we head to break here, give you a live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. We'll be right back.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We've got a lot to come over the next hour together. I want to let you know around 2:30 we are expecting a news conference from Governor Ron DeSantis speaking in Big Pine Key. We'll keep you updated on that. If you watch us often, you know that those things often run behind. So we will keep an eye out for that, and we'll bring that to you as soon as we get a feed on that. But we are continuing to track impacts from just the severe drought and just the dry season here in Florida. I've seen a number of brush fires in our area just over the weekend. I mean, not counting any time beyond that. Fox 35's Chris Lindsay is joining us live now to talk about some of the issues in Volusia County. Chris, we saw some concerning and sad scenes out in Volusia County over the weekend.
Yes, yesterday we learned that fire crews were fighting 4 brush fires at once. The main source of this was from a vehicle fire that started here on Tomoka Farms Road in Daytona Beach, camping grounds for a lot of people who were attending the Daytona 500. There is a picture of some of the damage there. It took multiple hours to get that fire sorted out. Multiple vehicles were lost. Some people's tents were lost. Luckily, I just spoke with someone who was camping there, had his belongings there, but most people that were actually using that camping ground were at the race at the time it happened. So hundreds of people returned to this damage. So fortunately, no one was hurt, but there is a lot of property that's been damaged from this. And again, several homes were threatened as a result of this.
Yeah, and you can see in the pictures, you can tell just how dry it is. We know that's the picture, in so many places around here that make this such a risk right now when things do spark up.
Absolutely. Not only that, but those conditions combined with the wind. So yesterday I was in a neighborhood in Port Orange where the fire started on one side of the highway and then it jumped due to the wind conditions. And before they knew it, they had to call fire crews to help protect their neighborhood. So anytime you have these dry conditions combined with the wind, it is very dangerous. So the crews were out in that neighborhood for 3 or 4 hours yesterday, working to put the fire out. There were also some neighbors who were using their garden hoses to sort of spray around their homes to make sure that anything doesn't catch. So yeah, any sort of these conditions is very high risk for these brush fires.
And Chris, all that smoke in the area yesterday as well caused some issues on I-95.
Yes, the highway was shut down for several hours as well while they sorted things out. So we spoke with FDOT, who really wanted to urge people during these conditions to drive slowly, to have your low beams on, and to just take your time, because obviously there's the threat of this fire happening in proximity of the highway itself. But those smoky conditions, they can really limit your visibility. So one of the neighbors that I spoke with, who lives just feet away from I-95, just on the other side of the trees, says that at one point you couldn't see several feet in front of you. So just imagine those conditions when you're out there on the highway.
Yeah, it can be scary stuff. And, we still have a ways to go in this dry season and those conditions still out there. Fox 35's Chris Lindsay, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Thank you.
We are going to have more on that coming up in just a little bit. We'll talk about it in our Tampa connection. We heard from officials in Polk County earlier today talking about some of the concerns and the risks there. We're also following up here at Fox 35 on a fire at a nursery in Osceola County that just caused, you may have seen the smoke from that. Fox 35's Alexis Clevenger following up on that, and going to have more coming up a little bit later on Fox 35 News. Meanwhile, in Tallahassee, lawmakers today were debating and discussing an emergency response fund at the state level. This is something inside the office of the governor that's used to respond to emergencies and disasters. But there's been some pushback on how the governor has used that, including using some money for immigration enforcement. And so there was a discussion in a House subcommittee earlier today for some restrictions on the fund if they do decide to extend that in the budget. And one of those things, one of those kind of guardrails and limitations on that would be that money could not be used for immigration enforcement, but could only be used for natural disasters. Here's just a little bit of that debate from Tallahassee earlier today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Rep. Griffiths, I appreciate you bringing this bill forward. I think it's unfortunate that we have to go this route because of mismanagement of funds, and I think a lot of mistrust in the executive branch. But I think this is a good, fiscally responsible way to ensure that we're ready for natural disasters. I know that we have at least 10 natural disaster declarations that have been rolled over in this calendar year for things like Hurricanes Helene and Debbie and Milton, which continue to have devastating impacts in many communities. I would like to see this state be more responsible and more responsive in how we respond to these natural disasters. And so I think this is a really good bill.
All right. Ranking Member Hart-Lohman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the rep just about covered mine. I just want to say I am grateful that this is going to prohibit the use of buying planes or boats or motor vehicles. So thank you very much for putting this into the bill. I believe this is a true accountability piece. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. And Rep. Daley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for the bill. I struggle with this one. I really do. Because and the reason I asked the question I did, just like you, Vice Chair, I've been in the situation where your community is devastated by a storm and you want to get, a solution as quick as possible. My question was directed at, was there adequate procedure in place prior to the establishment of this trust fund to begin with to address those issues? And if not, were there other ways we could have done this aside from creating this trust fund because it's been abused? And so I struggle with this because on one hand, your PCB puts additional restrictions and requirements on these funds, but I question the need for it. Noting for the fact that the governor, aside from the budget amendment, could also call us into special session. He knows how to do it according to my April schedule. So it's never been an issue. So I really struggle. I'm gonna support it today, but I question whether the trust fund in and of itself is necessary given the other procedures that have worked for Florida for years and years and years and haven't been abused, and it's not nearly as easy to abuse. I think it's absolutely abhorrent that they have justified the use of dollars in this trust fund for the creation of Alligator Alcatraz and other things across this state, which mainly, if you didn't know, if you haven't been, I've toured it. I'm a former prosecutor. I actually didn't find the conditions nearly as bad as some of my colleagues did. I didn't, because it's a detention facility. But here's the reality. The amount of money that went into that facility to pay the cronies of this administration, the unelected Attorney General's administration, is crazy. And I'm glad to see us doing something and putting restrictions there. But I don't like the idea of them having this pot of money at all, with or without the restrictions. So I'm gonna vote up today in a favor, if you will, to the Vice Chair. But I do have concerns with the concept overall. And I will say, from just touring Alligator Alcatraz, I just want the contract for the water, because we paid for it to be moved in, the shower water, the drinking water, every ounce of water that went into that place had to be out because it was never supposed to be that detention facility. It was a total scam on the taxpayer. Oh, the feds are going to reimburse it, but they haven't, and they probably won't. So while I appreciate the efforts in this bill, I don't think it should be an option at all.
All right, so that's some of that debate from Tallahassee earlier today. Now, today is President's Day, and so for our poll question today, we want to act like you are the president. And what would you do your first day in office? Here is our poll. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. pull out your phone and scan the QR code you see on your screen right there. We already have one vote there. Someone prepared to make a big announcement on their first day in office. Would you pass a new law or sign an executive order there? Explore the White House, or maybe host a big celebration party beyond just the inaugural ball? We want to know. So we're going to leave it up here for a minute before we go to break. Go ahead and get your vote in. Let us know, and then we will check back in on this in just a minute. So keep it right here on Florida Live. We have much more to come, and we will be right back. What would you do your first day in office as president? Would you try to pass a new law? Would you make a big announcement, explore the White House, or host a celebration party? It looks like a lot of you, kind of like me, saying you would explore the White House. We want to know what you think. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan that QR code that you see on your screen. It is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. Going to bring in Fox 13 at Tampa Bay's Regina Gonzalez, who joins us live now. And Regina, if you were president, what would you do your first day in office?
That's a tough one. I think, I would definitely, of all those options, I would totally explore the White House. I've actually never even been to Washington, D.C. Isn't that crazy?
That is. There's so many cool things. I've been to DC a number of times. My first reporting job was in Virginia, and I would travel up there some. But I've never been to the White House. Of all the cool things they've got, I've never actually been to the White House. So I would explore. I would definitely explore that first thing.
Definitely so much to see. I love when they, for Easter, do the Easter egg hunt on the lawn. I'm like, what an experience for the kids.
Yeah. Well, maybe you can apply next year, and we'll do a Tampa Connection from the lawn of the White
From
House.
the White
Easter egg
House.
roll. Yeah.
Exactly. I love that. I'm loving seeing, I see pass a new law. That's obviously huge, but I need to see the grounds first.
Right. You got to figure out the lay of the land. I think that's important.
Yeah.
All right. Now let's jump into our Tampa connection here. A lot going on in the Bay Area. And where do you want to start today?
Well, we should definitely start with a case, and I know that your viewing area, along with ours, has been monitoring a lot of brush fires. We're going to get to that in just a second, but this was some news that we got into our station just a few hours ago. Really gut-wrenching story. So a woman out of Hillsborough County learned today that she's going to spend the rest of her life in prison after killing her own sister. So we're talking about 72-year-old Deborah Patton. She was sentenced today 1 month after a jury found her guilty of shooting her sister, whose name was Kathy Pace, in the chest and then burying her body in the backyard of the home they shared in Carrollwood, which is an area in Tampa Bay. Now, friends and neighbors say the sisters had lived together for about a decade and obviously grew up together, but many describe their relationship as troubling, saying the two fought pretty often. And in the months before Kathy disappeared, Deborah Patton had stopped speaking to a lot of the people that they knew, a lot of the people around them. And those close to Kathy say they knew almost immediately something was wrong and feared it was Deborah who could be responsible. So in an interview with our team, one of Kathy's friends even said, quote, "For months before her death, she repeatedly stated, if something happens to me, tell them it was my sister. She is going to kill me." But they said when asked why she wouldn't kick Deborah out, the victim said, "That's my sister. She has no one else to lean on." So the conviction last month brought an end to a nearly 5-year legal battle. And Deborah Patton spent about 2 of those years in a mental hospital after being ruled incompetent to stand trial. Despite several attempts to delay the proceedings further, the case finally went before a jury. And last month, it only took them about an hour to find Deborah Patton guilty. So in some of the video you're showing, she appeared pretty smug in court. Didn't really seem fazed at all. So yeah, just very, very interesting story that we have been following for quite some time.
Yeah, interesting, no doubt about that. And now let's talk about these fires, because we've been seeing them in our area. I know there's been a big risk in the Bay Area as well. You've seen issues in several of the counties in your coverage area.
Yeah, definitely. So we know that fire officials across the Bay Area had been busy the entire weekend. They said they had responded to dozens of fires just within these last 48 hours alone, including one that grew to more than 350 acres in Waimama, but thankfully that was 100% contained as of this morning. Meanwhile, the River Ranch fire, which has grown to about 650 acres, that was 90% contained as of noon. So I know you guys were airing it earlier. There was a press conference out of Polk County around that same time, around noon, where fire rescue officials said conditions remain extremely dangerous. The ground is extremely dry. They said it doesn't take much for new fires to ignite and spread quickly, and burn bans are still in place in many counties. So officials are urging people to avoid any outdoor burning. Firefighters do say, though, that quick reporting from the public has made a big difference in helping them get a handle on these flames. And I do believe we just got some really sad news into our newsroom just minutes ago that a firefighter, a retired Polk County firefighter, actually lost his home in one of the brush fires last week. So it's just really sad.
Yeah, I just seeing those impacts, and you know, like you said, it doesn't take a whole lot. And so you're urging folks, you know, we heard the officials in Polk County say, be smart, because, you know, the last thing you want to do is, you know, you may just be trying to have a nice fire to enjoy in the evening or something, and then it doesn't take much. It really does not take much, and the wind, and it can just spiral out of control.
Yeah, my colleague and I, we were talking this morning on my streaming show about how firefighters here in this area said don't leave your car running in areas where the brush is really high, because that could even spark a fire. Stuff you wouldn't even normally think about.
Right. You just have to be careful. It's just been so dry. But finally, in the Tampa connection here, we can end on a positive note. How about this story?
Yeah, so amazing yet traumatizing for this teenager. This happened in Pinellas Park, where a 19-year-old young man is being called a hero after helping deliver his own baby at home. So when his girlfriend's labor quickly intensified inside of his grandfather's home, we know this young man called 911 for help. And while on the phone with paramedics, he followed their instructions step by step. With their guidance, he successfully helped deliver his baby girl before first responders arrived. And then within minutes, they show up. Paramedics allowed him to cut his daughter's umbilical cord. And then EMTs transported both the baby and her mother to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital in St. Petersburg. The baby's name is Jay Lee. She weighed 4 pounds, 8 ounces at birth. It was important to mention she was about 7 weeks early, so they weren't even anticipating this for a little bit longer. But she is now in the NICU. She's receiving specialized care. Her and her mother are expected to be all right. And neighbors and family members are just simply praising this teen for keeping his cool during a high pressure moment. All of his actions made all the difference. So,
Wow.
yeah, it's very positive. I can't even, my colleague and I who were on my show earlier were saying, I can't even imagine the pressure in that moment.
Yes. Oh, being able to keep their composure. Oh my gosh. Cooler head than I would have. There's no doubt about that.
Right. I know. I also should mention, I didn't mention his name. The father's name is Jamie Wilson. So Mr. Jamie Wilson is a proud new dad, and he will be able to share that bonding story with his daughter for the rest of his life.
It is quite the story there. Fox 13's Regina Gonzalez, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection today.
Thanks so much.
Do want to show you again as we check in here. What would you do your first day in office as president? Would you try to pass a new law, make a big announcement, explore the White House, or host a celebration party? Going to bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, who joins me live right now here inside our streaming studio. And TJ, are you the one vote for host a celebration party here? Or?
It's funny. I was torn between host a celebration, Garrett, and explore the White House, but I did officially vote explore the White House because I was thinking about it, and I know we were saying it's like, how can you throw a party? You don't know where anything is. So I think I have to explore first and then throw the dang party.
Exactly. I think it makes the most sense. I mean, not to say you couldn't necessarily do both on
true.
That first day in office, but top priority, first things first. I'm finding that bowling alley that I know is somewhere tucked inside.
That would be like the place where I'd be hanging out a lot, in the bowling alley. I think that'd be so cool.
That would be cool. Speaking of cool, our temperatures are not going to be that cool. We are heading for quite a bit of a warm up.
We are, yeah. I feel like yesterday, we had the warmth ahead of obviously that system that brought us some much needed rain. It wasn't a ton. I know we needed more, but at least we got a little bit of rain. And I'm glad the race, we got it in.
Exactly. That's what we had kind of stressed over all week.
Yeah.
And it cooperated. I mean, the timing, you couldn't have asked for better timing. Moving the race up an hour was definitely the right choice.
So glad. Yeah, we saw President Kelleher do that, and organizers. I think it was good because if it wasn't, I think we would have seen a delay and then probably a similar situation to what we saw last year where the race was delayed into the evening, or who knows, if it would have been pushed even further than that.
Yeah, and that's the last thing anybody wants. Okay, so what are we watching here this week?
So I feel like aside from this cool down that we had, behind the system into this morning, Garrett, overall it's looking like a pretty quiet week. But you mentioned the warmth; that's going to be our big headline for sure. Temperatures tonight probably good enough to maybe let some fresh air in the house. I have to say, for our personal perspective, we've had the AC off for a while, which has been nice. So another night to maybe do that. 40s to the north and west of Orlando, like Ocala and Gainesville, but right around 56, which is close to where we should be for this time of the year. Then tomorrow, we're right back into the mid to upper 70s. So it's a short-lived little cool down, and even today isn't going to be all that cool. It's just kind of gray. It's kind of gloomy, but we are off to the races with our temperatures above normal by a long shot, over 10 degrees above normal as we head through this upcoming Friday and into the weekend. Only a few degrees shy of 90, and that's going to be what we're chasing across much of Central Florida. 88 in Winter Haven. It's going to be a great beach day on a Saturday, and it's crazy, Garrett. Actually, the 87-degree reading that we could have on Saturday actually ties our warmest winter high this year. And in fact, we've only had 35 days in recorded history in terms of the winter months that have been warmer than that 87-degree reading. So that record warmth that we had in January, actually back on January 25th, was that warm day, and it looks like we could be rivaling that, potentially tying some records in Daytona and Orlando, and getting real close there, Garrett, in Leesburg, Melbourne, and Sanford. So it looks like another warm, potentially record-breaking day across a good bit of the area.
Who would have thought that in just a couple of weeks' time, we'd be talking about record-breaking cold, and potentially record-breaking heat for this time of year?
I mean, we had that record-breaking warmth, and then it felt like in no time we were seeing temperatures that felt like the low teens. Now we're right back getting close to 90 degrees, which is just wild.
It has been. It has been a wild ride this winter.
It has been.
But we were talking in the Tampa Connection and throughout the day, really, here on Fox Local and YouTube about the fire risk.
Oh my goodness.
Because we have seen just so many brush fires.
Yeah.
Really all across the state because of this drought that we're dealing with. The strong winds over the weekend just has not been a good recipe for us.
No, that was horrible to see that I-95 closure yesterday around Port Orange. And it's funny, while we were streaming yesterday talking about that one, I just happened to pull up my phone and I saw in a Disney Pass Holder group that someone caught the one burning in Osceola. They just saw the smoke kind of billowing up. It looked like just right behind Epcot. And they're like, someone was like, what's burning? What's going on? And someone said, I think that one was off of like Poinciana Boulevard. So that's the one thing. At least the rain gave a little bit of drink to the ground, but we need a lot of rain fast to try to relieve this drought and the wildfire concerns.
Yeah, that is definitely true because we did see the rain yesterday came down pretty hard. I know at my house for a while there. But still not enough to get us kind of caught up where we need to be.
No, I feel like we do have another chance, which is good. Not probably even as meaningful as what we saw this past weekend, but it looks like a Sunday cold front looks like this upcoming weekend. So that should be able to cool us down, likely back below normal, but it looks like rain chances. Well, I'm sure we'll get a little bit of rain, but it doesn't look like maybe as much as what we saw, at least right now, this past evening and into the overnight. So hopefully we can get some more meaningful systems in here to try to help this dry pattern that we've seen.
Yeah. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us here with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, I'm going to be keeping tabs on this poll closely because I want to see who wants to have a party.
Well, it looks like we've got more professional people who are now kind of tuning in here saying they want to get straight down to business.
They're ready for business.
Just passed that new law, 43% of you kind of making us look bad here. We just wanted to explore the White House. I mean, but we want to know what you think. Scan the QR code on your phone. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Let us know. We'll check back in on this again in a little bit. We are going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we will be right back in just a couple of minutes. All right, here come more of my explorers coming back. 44% saying explore the White House, 38% saying pass a new law. What would you do your first day in office? We want to know on this President's Day. Scan the QR code, go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to get you to Big Pine Key in Monroe County, where Governor Ron DeSantis is speaking right now, and also unveiling a James Monroe statue, the latest statue of founding fathers that are being placed around the state in commemoration of America's 250th birthday. So let's go ahead and listen to the governor.
To our subject today, I can announce on the subject of Florida being the place to be, the 2025 tourism numbers are in. And look, I don't think it's any mystery to people that we've been a hot spot for tourism recently, but I think it's also something people acknowledge that we've had nationwide, big increases in inflation. Things have been more expensive. People have had to make decisions, as these more recent years have gone on. And even in spite of that, 2025, Florida was able to eclipse its previous tourism record, which was set in 2024. So that's a big deal. We're really glad that that's happened. The momentum's continuing, even understanding that there are still headwinds out there. Well, we're glad to be joined today by Florida Department of State Secretary Cord Byrd, CEO of Visit Florida Brian Griffin, Monroe County Mayor Michelle Lincoln, and members of the Monroe County Board of Commissioners. So I issued an executive order declaring today to be a state holiday in honor of George Washington's birthday. We gave the state agencies the day off. Federal is off this day. State was not. And I felt that on America's 250th birthday year, I'd be remiss in my duties if I wasn't giving people G-Dub's birthday off. And so I was proud to do that. And I know a lot of people were very, very happy to see that. So as part of what we've done is throughout state government, really all our agencies, but led by Secretary of State in our State Department, we are leaning in on America 250. I mean, we think this is a really big deal, that we're celebrating the semi-quincentennial of the United States' founding. And we think that that's an important moment, not just for our country, obviously. It was really an important moment in human history. And you can look at how things had gone for many, many centuries, the type of governments that were kind of thought to be, the best you can do. And really it ranged from brutal tyrannies to enlightened monarchies, but there was really no example of a durable constitutional republic. And so our founders sought to confound history. They laid down a marker that said, actually, our rights are not given to us by the government. Our rights are endowed to us by our Creator. And because of that, we have the power as we the people to create a government that will protect those God-given rights and set forward a plan that will allow the protection of human liberty for many years to come. And so I brought a big statue of George Washington to the state capitol, and we got it from Mount Vernon. Beautiful, beautiful statue. So if you go, and I don't think very many people from the Keys are beating the path all the way to Tallahassee, where, we got to like 28 degrees, 30 degrees the other day. And I know you guys don't want anything to do with that. It's nice now, but we had a little bit of a cold spell. But if you did go up there, as you're going to the governor's office, you make a left out of the front entrance and you see this beautiful statue that we've been loaned from Mount Vernon, and that's really great. We've also done different founders for the counties that they're named. So we brought Benjamin Franklin to Franklin County. We brought Thomas Jefferson to Jefferson County. We've got Hamilton in the hopper. We've got Madison in the hopper. I tell these people, some of these blue states are taking down statutes, and so like the market, it's a buyer's market right now. I'm getting these things for a lot cheaper than I would have probably 50 years ago, adjusted for inflation. So we're doing that as aggressively as possible. And then obviously today we're down in Monroe County, and we'll talk about that briefly. But our celebration of America 250 is really an outgrowth of what we've done throughout my entire administration to promote civics education and appreciation of America's founding ideals. And so you go back from the beginning of my tenure, we've made Florida a national model for civics education. We actually now have a civic literacy assessment for all high school students. We started that several years ago. And they take it, and honestly, it's modeled after the citizenship tests that naturalized citizens have to take before they can become citizens. We believe that graduating our students from our institutions, K-12, requires us to arm them with basic knowledge about what they're walking into as adult citizens. We don't want to graduate a bunch of blank slates. We want them to be informed about what it means to be an American. So we've worked really hard to do that, but we understood, and so we said, you got to learn about the Declaration of Independence, Federalist Papers, all these things. Great, but you also need folks to teach it. And the reality is that people that are going to school, a lot of these universities now, the building blocks of Western civilization are a lost art. They focus on a lot of ideological studies, things that, quite frankly, have no application beyond. I really believe true liberal arts, the classics, all that, that really helps you in any endeavor that you do. You learn critical thinking, you get a solid philosophical foundation, and you can take that and you'd be better off if you go into law, medicine, whatever. Some of the ideological stuff, these are fads. This is not stuff that has lasting impact, and it's not going to stand the test of time. Somebody posted the course catalog for the humanities from Harvard in like 1950 or 1940 or something like that. And you look at that, and it's like all of it is like the building blocks of Western civilization. Ancient Greece, ancient Rome, the Scottish Enlightenment, different part, history of English literature, this, that, all these things that have really helped produce this republic and still are very influential today. Now, when you go to school, it's much harder. Now in Florida, we've leaned into that too, and so we have the Hamilton Center, University of Florida, Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at Florida International. We've done all that, and we're doing more, and I think that that's really important. But you can go to most of these schools, want to be a high school civics teacher, you are not going to learn really what you need to learn to be able to be as strong as possible. So we launched a Civic Seal of Excellence program for teachers, and it's a training course that you do. It's 50 hours. You take it online. We've got great scholars from around the country that are teaching different subjects on this. We've had 21,000 teachers participate and earn the Civic Seal of Excellence. And when they do, they get a $3,000 bonus. And so, look, maybe some of them would have taken it without the bonus offered, but that was an enticement. So we've got a lot of teachers that are doing it. So now, and 90 some percent of the teachers that go through the program say it's been very, very positive. So we've been able, that 21,000, that's like $60 million in bonuses to teachers who are now able to really be strong in the classroom on these key things. And the 50 hours of instruction, honestly, as a regular citizen, if you listen to these lectures, you would learn something. Very, very well done, and I'm proud to have led that. We also launched our Civics and Debate initiative. So when I became governor, we had very modest speech and debate options for students. Now every single school district in the state of Florida has a robust speech and debate initiative. Recent research shows that participating in debate can increase personal critical thinking skills by almost half. So it's not just civic minded, you're becoming smarter. You're able to think critically. One of the reasons I don't like a lot of these very far left universities that try to impose an ideological agenda is because it's like everybody shares the party line. Your assumptions are never questioned. You never have to defend this stuff. You just repeat what other people are saying. Here, speech and debate, you're assigned a topic. You may have to argue on the other side of what you actually believe. Well, guess what? You got to take back. You got to start thinking about the facts. You got to make logical arguments. You may have to see things from a different perspective, and you absolutely become better in the process. And so we have now developed over 330 new speech and debate teams, all 67 counties, 4,200 students in Florida are participating. And when we did the first one, so since the first year of the, that's student competitors, I'm sorry, taking part in all that, but we've now had about 1,400 students that have gone through these things each year on average. And then this past year, we had 430 students participate in our state championship competition. And this spring, we anticipate 600 students to attend and participate. We're holding that at New College in Sarasota. And the winner is going to get a $50,000 scholarship. Second place, $25,000. Third and fourth, $15,000. And $50,000 ain't what it used to be with the, with inflation, but especially in higher education. But in Florida, tuition for in-state is the same as the day I took office. Lowest in-state tuition in the country. So $50,000 pays for your entire tuition times 2 if you're able to win that. So we're really excited about doing that. We also are ensuring that our colleges and universities are graduating people that are proficient in that. So in order to graduate from a Florida college and university, you have to demonstrate proficiency in civics. And this is really exciting, and I'm glad we've been doing that. And this was not even, we weren't even thinking about America 250 when we were laying the groundwork for that many, many years ago. But here's the results. And look, this is not just because of civics, but last year we had the highest graduation rate in state history. We've been ranked #1 in civics education by the Heritage Foundation. We're ranked #1 in education freedom by the Index of State Education Freedom, #1 in higher education by U.S. News and World Report, and we now have 7 institutions in the top 100 public universities nationwide. That was not true 20 years ago, and that shows you that we're getting the job done. So, which brings us, get excited about it, man. It's all good. So, which brings us here today. So America 250, I think, is very meaningful. I think it's an opportunity for young people to be exposed to the ideas that animated the formation of the country, some of the great leaders and personalities that were involved in doing that, but also people that have exemplified that spirit of 76 throughout our nation's history. So, we're going to be doing a Frederick Douglass statue. He gave a speech in St. Augustine on civil rights back in the day. We've got that in the hopper. I've got Calvin Coolidge in the hopper. His last public address as president was in Polk County, Florida, in Central Florida. We have it on video. We're going to do a statue there. And I actually have the artist. Where's he at? Right here. So you're going to see he did the Monroe. He's doing Coolidge. I told him I need it by like early April to make this all work. So he's going to get working on that. But and we just did a Ronald Reagan statue at Florida International University in Miami. You want to talk about somebody that was popular in Miami, be the top anti-communist in the world in the 1980s. You are going to be very popular in Miami. And so Ronald Reagan showed that. So all this stuff's really exciting. And I mentioned some of the founders that we've already done. And then today we're here for the next installment of this down here in Monroe County. And I think it's a very overlooked legacy from James Monroe, but I think it's a very consequential legacy for James Monroe. So we will, in a minute, be unveiling our James Monroe statue. It will stand here on Spanish Harbor Key as a memorial to the impact he had on the United States and his importance to Florida's American story. Now, this is a guy was pretty well-to-do. He's 18 years old, and what does he decide to do? He's going to go fight in the American Revolution under George Washington. So he participated in military campaigns in New York and New Jersey, including General Washington's surprise raid on a Hessian encampment at the famous Battle of Trenton. He was severely wounded, had a severed artery. He almost died. but he continued to serve valiantly and was promoted by Washington himself. He served in other battles, Brandywine, Monmouth, and even spent the winter of 1777-1778 at Valley Forge. After his military service, Monroe returned to study law under Thomas Jefferson, and he subsequently served as a delegate to both the Continental Congress and the Virginia Ratifying Convention, where the delegates voted to ratify the U.S. Constitution. Now, interestingly, he voted against ratifying the Constitution for one simple reason. It did not contain a Bill of Rights. And I think a lot of people that have studied this, the founders initially proposed the Constitution. There was no Bill of Rights because basically what Madison and Hamilton said, the entire Constitution's a Bill of Rights. We're separating powers. We're checking and balancing. We're doing all these things. That's how you protect liberty. You don't need to list the rights. You just do it. That was their view. The Anti-Federalists were like, we don't trust government. We need to list some demarcations so that everyone knows, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of right to keep and bear arms, no quartering of soldiers, which we don't ever talk about Amendment 3. That was a big deal back then, and that amendment worked that we don't talk about it. All the different things that they were concerned about. And so Monroe and the Anti-Federalists were really responsible for the Bill of Rights, because had they not had the objections, then there may not have even been, people may not have seen the need to do a Bill of Rights. So that was something that he was involved with. And then after the Constitution was ratified, he runs for the United States House of Representatives, and he lost to a guy named James Madison, who some of you may have heard of, and was obviously very important in the creation of the Constitution. So when he lost that race, he was then appointed to be the U.S. Senator from Virginia. He later served as ambassadors to France and the United Kingdom, governor of Virginia. He was actually Thomas Jefferson's envoy when Jefferson was president to negotiate something that was pretty significant in our nation's history, the Louisiana Purchase, which doubled the size of the United States of America. He served as both Secretary of War and Secretary of State under President James Madison, and then he was elected president in his own right in 1816, and that kicked off relatively short-lived era of good feelings where the Federalist Party basically died, and we didn't really have political parties at that point. He got reelected without opposition and would have gotten unanimous from the Electoral College, but one of the electors said, we only can let George Washington be unanimous, and so he voted for somebody else. So he got all but one. Now, why is he important to Florida? I think there's two main reasons. One, of course, getting Florida into the Union was something that he, more than anyone, was responsible for. He had been doing negotiations with Spanish officials as Secretary of State when he was working for James Madison. And of course, when he became president, the U.S. and Spain agreed to a treaty in 1819, which folded Florida, Alabama, and Mississippi into the United States of America. Now, as president, Monroe authorized military action against Spanish-held territories in Florida, including the campaign led by General George Washington. So Monroe really cared about securing Florida. He thought this was a really big deal. You look at his second inaugural address, there's a lot in that inaugural address on the issues concerning Spanish Florida, including Spain's inability to properly police the territory, and forces allowing its instability on the American border in Georgia. And so, it was a border security issue as well as something that he wanted to see the country get bigger. So Spain formally transferred Florida to the United States during a ceremony in Pensacola on July 17, 1821, following a similar ceremony 1 week earlier in St. Augustine, and these two cities served as the capitals of the territories of East and West Florida. In 1822, President Monroe appointed William Pope Duval to serve as Florida's territorial governor, taking over from General Andrew Jackson's time as Florida's first military governor. Governor Duval established Florida's permanent seat of government in Tallahassee in 1824. People say, why is the capital in Tallahassee? Well, there wasn't very many people down this way back then, right? So it was all in kind of the northern part. So Pensacola to Jacksonville, St. Augustine, and Tallahassee is basically midway through there. So that was how that ended up doing. And of course, Florida eventually became a state in the 1840s, and the rest, shall we say, is history. Now, he grew to understand the U.S.'s unique role in the Western Hemisphere, and of course, Florida is a big part of that given our proximity to Caribbean islands. He outlined a vision to Congress in 1823 about the proper role of foreign powers' involvement in the Western Hemisphere. And it became known as the Monroe Doctrine, which he defined as a principle in which the rights and interests of the United States are involved, that the American continents are henceforth not to be considered as subjects for future colonization by any European power. And so that has been something throughout the years that it's kind of waxed and waned. You know, now with the Maduro snatching, Monroe Doctrine has been reinvigorated. And we're now really taking, as a country, taking a lot of stock in what's going on in our own backyard. And I'll tell you, it's been bad for many years. I mean, you go back 4 or 5 years ago, there were more Marxist governments in the Western Hemisphere than at the height of the Cold War, including Trudeau's government in Canada, which was not very good. And I had a lot of people fleeing from Canada during COVID because of the draconian measures that they were taking. So now, though, you're seeing Argentina. You know, you see Maduro move in Venezuela. You know, you see some of these elections that are happening, and you're starting to see the tide shift. But I think it's clear that we are not going to allow people into the hemisphere. It was the right policy then and remains the right policy now. And there's not many things you can say over 200 years ago were laid down and that we should continue kind of doing the same thing as they did then, because times change, different things. The tax policy of 1823 is going to be different than the tax policy 200 years later. So I think it was very visionary, and I think it was very consequential. Now, we've placed this statute here along A1A in Monroe County near the remnants of Henry Flagler's railroad bridge. The statue is situated alongside the Straits of Florida and Gulf Stream, the passageway first charted by Benjamin Franklin. It is part of the newly named Spotswood Heritage Trail, named for the late former Monroe County Sheriff and State Senator John M. Spotswood. He was a community leader at the time when President Harry Truman called Key West his winter home. We've put money, the state has put money into refurbishing, you know, that winter White House. Eisenhower also stayed there. He had, during his presidency, he had a heart attack, and he went to the winter White House in Key West to recuperate in the 1950s. So this park, along with portions of the Florida Keys Overseas Heritage Trail and Coupon Bight Aquatic Preserve, will now be part of the Spotswood Heritage Trail as well. So James Monroe's legacy is built on service, sacrifice, and vision. His Monroe Doctrine established our country as the guardian of the hemisphere. He obviously had huge impact by making sure that Florida became part of the American Republic. We're proud to honor him today. I think, are we going to hear from the speakers and then do this? Well, I'll tell you what, why don't we unveil it, and then we'll call up Cord, and we'll call up these other guys. Go ahead. There you go, guys. All right.
Statue of James Monroe unveiled in Monroe County, the Florida Keys, Big Pine Key along A1A there on this President's Day. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and then we'll hear from the Secretary of State when we come back. want to get you back to Big Pine Key, where we just saw a statue of James Monroe unveiled. Let's get you back to hear from Secretary of State Cord Byrd speaking about the importance of this, as we have seen a number of these statues unveiled around the state in the counties that kind of bear the names of these founding fathers in commemoration of America's 250th birthday. We've got a couple more minutes with you, and then I want to let you know as we wrap up here on Florida Live, we will continue with this news conference in our 3 o'clock hour on Fox Local and on YouTube.
Our commemoration of America 250 is no exception. And when I was preparing for today, I always like to have a quote or two of who we're discussing. And I really like this one from President Monroe. He says, "Our country may be likened to a new house. We lack many things, but we possess the most precious of all, liberty." And that is why the governor has built Florida the free state of Florida. We are the free state of Florida. We are the free people, whether it's under COVID or even today. We're leading the rest of the nation, and we're really leaning into 250 and the celebration. And really, it's incumbent upon us, the older generations, to teach our young people about what's happening. Last week, we had the Duel of Daytona, which was a NASCAR race on Thursday night, along with the Florida Department of Transportation that sponsored that event. And then we had the Great American Race yesterday. On Friday, along with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, we broke ground on the new museum at the Olustee Battlefield, which was the largest Civil War battlefield that happened in Florida, and honoring the men and women who served our nation. As part of that 250 event, speaking of veterans, we have a veterans program at the Department of State where we're touring the state, memorializing and recording our veteran stories, so we have that for posterity. I want to thank the artist who's here, Austin Weichel, who brought the statue from Colorado, personally traveled to Colorado to bring it here. So thank you, Austin, and I know you're going to get Coolidge done ahead of schedule for us. So I want to thank them, and I also want to thank, obviously, the people at FDOT who put the concrete here, and our fantastic team at the Department of State. This was probably going to be our most difficult statue to put up, but I can't think of a more scenic and beautiful place for people to pull over and honor this great president. So just once again, thank you for your time. Just whatever you do, follow us on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram. Share these stories. Every single day we're putting up another Florida 250 story. We have an amazing history to tell, and we're going to be doing it the entire year. So thank you. It's an honor to be here with you today.
We should get like a little sign on there.
You will.
Yeah, we will. Brian?
To acquire the Florida territory, and then under his leadership, ultimately see through.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, hearing from the the leader of Visit Florida right now at this unveiling of James Monroe statue in Big Pine Key. After that, where we will hear again from Governor Ron DeSantis. Let's go ahead and listen back in at this ceremony live right now. Or actually, this is just moments ago. It is continuing live. We're just a few minutes behind here, so we didn't want you to miss the beginning of the governor's remarks. So let's go ahead and listen back in.
And since that time, Monroe County has really symbolized the natural beauty that Florida has to offer. President Monroe was a decorated hero in the American Revolutionary War and an integral part of the conversation that shaped our nation. And so we honor him here today for his service to our country. We're excited, I'm excited about everything that Florida has in store for America 250. And this celebration is also a reminder that our work at Visit Florida exists first and foremost to serve the residents of this great state. Tourism is the heartbeat of Florida, but it's the people of Florida who reap the rewards. In just a single year, the tourism industry generates about $134 billion in economic impact, creates $36 billion in tax revenues, and saves each of Florida's households nearly $2,000 in federal, state, and local taxes. And as the governor mentioned, we're very pleased that our preliminary data just in shows 2025 visitation records exceeded 2024, and 2024 was a record-breaking year for Florida. So we're so pleased that visitation continues to remain strong, and we're proud of the role that we play in that. Visit Florida is working with the governor's office and the Department of State to make Florida the premier destination for observing America 250. So if you're looking for the right place to celebrate, the invitation is open. Come to Florida. Pick up a driving tour map at any Florida Welcome Center to explore historic sites from St. Augustine all the way down here to these very keys. And check out America250fl.com, a centralized hub where we are compiling and sharing 250th celebrations and opportunities for engagements across every corner of our state. And Visit Florida is also offering co-op marketing opportunities for local entities to advertise their 250 celebrations. We're also working on a new docuseries about Florida history designed to entice visitors and residents alike to join our celebration. And this multi-episode series will highlight our state's legacy of innovation, achievement, and history while celebrating the unique stories of cities throughout Florida. So thank you, Governor DeSantis, for your commitment to rightly honoring our country. And thank you, President Monroe, for your efforts that made Florida a part of this exceptional nation.
Great. Well, I think this is great. I told Cord, so you got a little placard there. I want to get something on here too so people can see. So we'll get that done and make that happen. And it's great. So it's because I'm down here Saturday night. I spoke at the Everglades Foundation Gala, and they honored Jack Nicklaus, who's a friend of mine, obviously a great golfer, but he's been great Floridian for many, many decades and has been involved in this, big fisherman, all this stuff. But we were able to talk about 7 years ago when I said we were going to do all this for Everglades and water, and then what we've done, what we've actually done. And the reality is we've done more than I promised. And, most people promise and under-deliver. That's typically, what these people, they run for office and they chirp, and then they get in, and it's like they forget what they campaigned on and don't necessarily follow through or just can't get it done. So the 4 years before I was governor, there was $1.5 billion allocated for Everglades restoration and water quality. In the 7 years that I've been governor, we've done over $8 billion for Everglades restoration and water quality projects. And you see the difference in Florida Bay because we have more fresh water moving south through the Florida Everglades. Yeah, salinity levels are better than any time in modern history. That affects boating. That affects fishing, that affects a lot of different things. We've been able to construct reservoirs on the east and west sides of Lake Okeechobee, which have obviated the need for them to discharge algal bloom water into those estuaries, which really impacted our coastal communities there. The southern reservoir, we have now have a major agreement with the Trump administration where the Army Corps of Engineers is delegating to Florida some of the projects because we do it quicker. So we're doing some of the auxiliary projects. Army Corps is doing the main reservoir. If they fall behind schedule, then we can come in and supplement it. But it was originally scheduled to be done in 2034. Now, because of our efforts and the agreement with the federal government, completion of that's 2029. And so that's basically, within 10 years of me taking office. I don't think people thought it was possible to do a project of that scale, given where we were, where really hadn't much had been done for us to then go forward and do all that. And so there is more to do, but we've got incredible momentum. And, my view on all of it was like, it's just something that we have to do. It's the right thing to do. I also understood the importance it is to Florida culture. I also understood the importance it is to make sure you can provide fresh drinking water to millions of people in southern Florida. But I also thought it was good for the economy to do Everglades restoration and to really focus on water quality. And I think ultimately all this will end up paying for itself over the long term. I'm very, very confident of that. But that's a good success story. We obviously got more to do, but we're going to continue accelerating these things and really getting the job done. But if we were here 7 years ago and I was at that gala and I told them that this is what we would do in 7, most people would have thought that was good, but they would not have thought that that was possible. And so I really appreciate everybody that's been involved in that over the years. This is the largest environmental restoration in the history of the United States of America. It does deserve it. And, it's a little more complicated than just like filling a couple potholes, right? I mean, like, this is a massive infrastructure project. Now, one of the things that we've also worked with that supplements those restoration efforts is trying to weed out these Burmese pythons, which are invasive and have really done a number on a lot of the ecosystem there. They have no natural predator. So we've done things like we do a big python hunt competition. We've partnered with private companies who will pay people to go in so that they can then get the python skin and make wallets and belts and boots and all this other stuff. And the number of removals have really gone up dramatically. But the freeze was something that, ultimately these pythons, they can't have sustained periods of time with freezing temperatures. And, it's very difficult to know exactly, what happened to the number because it's a massive footprint and these things burrow. But I can say that our people that are smart about this, they did notice mortality amongst some of the smaller pythons, that they had seen them. We don't know if that means that the bigger ones survived. Did they burrow down? Because if they can burrow down for a day or two, then come back when it's warmer, that's probably fine for them. We don't know. There may be more, but we're going to continue our efforts to do the removal. Now, the iguanas were falling from the trees like we've never seen before. And people, we think that there were tens of thousands of iguanas who didn't make it to the other side, of that storm. It's interesting. When I tell people this, in other states who may not know what goes on in South Florida, they're like, oh, they're so cute. I'm like, if you live down there, they're pests. They're invasive. They eat things. They ruin things. And so we don't want iguanas taking over like they have. So this is going to be a noticeable major setback for their population. And I know a lot of Floridians were collecting, our FWC was willing to accept them and just make sure that moved very smoothly. You do have a right to handle these iguanas yourself. You have a right to do that, protect your property, all that. But for people that weren't comfortable doing that, we had that. So that was a major event that has dramatically reduced the population. Now, look, I don't know how quickly these things reproduce or everything. I know the pythons reproduce very quickly, and that's part of the problem. That's why if you're hunting, they really should give more for finding the eggs than finding one python, because these eggs will lead to a lot of new pythons, and these moms, they churn out these eggs all the time, and that's really what makes it difficult. But we've had a lot of success, and we're going to continue to build off that. And we've done a lot for the Florida Keys specifically over the years, putting forth a lot of resources. I don't think there's been another governor that's invested more in the Keys than me. I don't think it's even close in terms of what we've done. Reverse osmosis, area of concern, job growth grant fund, different things that we've done. It's a unique part of Florida. It's not always easy to get around. You got one main road. It's hard to find. You got some of the best this whole stretch. You go, any little hole in the wall is going to have great seafood. Just amazing. And when people ask me, where's a good place to eat in Florida? I'm like, look, there's a lot of good stuff. But I say, if you just go to the Keys, you will not go wrong. Literally, you just pull over on the side of the road, and find something. And we've got great tourism in different parts of the Keys. But, it's like, it's hard to find housing for people to work in all this stuff, just because, most of these nice houses people have bought over the years, especially since COVID. So the values have gone up. So it's harder to afford. And I know there've been a lot of work on making sure there's an expansion of workforce housing, which is integral to the economy. And I know we've been helpful in that. So, look, we've really enjoyed being able to help out down here. We got more in the kitty, but it's been fun. And I know there's people from all over the country that yearn to come down and spend some time in the Conch Republic, and so we're going to keep it great and make it even better. All right, thanks everyone for coming. It was a lot of fun. Appreciate it.
Governor Ron DeSantis wrapping up his remarks just moments ago in Big Pine Key, where they unveiled that statue on this President's Day, statue of former President James Monroe, in commemoration of America 250. And our Fox 35 News Plus President's Day polls continuing. We've got a new one up for you now. What would be your presidential pet? Would it be a dog, a horse, a cat, a fish, or would it be something else? We want to know. Cast your vote at fox35orlando.com/vote, or pull out your phone and point your camera at that QR code that you see on your screen right now. What would be your presidential pet? Go to the vote tab. You can also give us drop a line in the chat if you're watching on YouTube, because we want to know what your presidential pet would be. Right now, looks like our first vote just came in for dog. Oh, but it is splitting 50-50. So we're going to get ready and take a break here. We'll leave this up for a minute before we do so that you can let your voice be heard about your presidential pet. So keep it right here. We've got more Fox 35 News Plus in just a couple of minutes. So what would be your presidential pet? It looks like most of you right now are saying horse. I do think that would be a very handy and helpful one to have. You could ride it, parades and events. Maybe take it to before you board Air Force One. I mean, there's so many uses for having a horse as your presidential pet. I voted dog. I'm definitely a dog person. 31% agree with me. See some cat people, some fish people. I am curious about the other. 4% of you saying other. If you're watching on YouTube, drop in the chat and let us know what you are voting for, what your other means. Is it, one of our producers in here said maybe a bearded dragon. I'm curious, is it a lizard of some sort, maybe a snake? Very curious what those other presidential pets might be. So let us know, vote in the poll. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Scan the QR code using the camera on your smartphone. Let us know what you would choose for your presidential pet. Drop us a line as well in our YouTube chat. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Let's keep things a little lighter here while we're having some fun. It was a big weekend for Tampa Bay Rays fans who got to take part in the Fan Fest that's going on, that went on Saturday at Tropicana Field. 50,000 fans claimed tickets for that over the weekend. So a lot of fans out there for that. All of this as some repairs and big upgrades as well continue at the Trop. Going to be ready, expected to be ready in time for opening day. We did hear at that event on Saturday from Ken Babby, the new Rays CEO, part of that new ownership group, and also Rays fan favorite Brett Phillips, who now has a role with the team. He's officially their brand engagement executive. Certainly brings a lot of energy to that role and really going to help connect the team with the fans. Here's what they had to say at that event the other day.
This reception and scene here.
It's so exciting. I mean, it's hard to believe we're not even playing a baseball game today, and to have 50,000 people here with tickets, it's incredible. I mean, the excitement I think in the community is serious about baseball being back. We're so proud to be back here at Tropicana Field. And April 6th will be here before we know it. It's great to see the guys down at spring training getting ready to go, and it's almost time.
Something important about it being here outside of the Trop, just kind of make it feel real?
I think that's right? Like, I think being home and being back, I had a chance to see the clubhouses inside for the first time today. The turf's back on the field. The ballpark's going to look, better than it's ever looked. The new sound system and new video board. They were testing the sound system and lights this week. It's great to be home, no question about it. We're honored to be here.
Can you tell us a little bit about what your new employee is going to do, Mr. Phillips?
Yeah, he's working hard. He's matching my energy. I don't think either of us are sleeping, but Brett's joined us as a brand engagement executive, and Brett and I sat down shortly after we bought the team, and he said, "Look, I just want to help out." And I said, "What do you think that looks like?" And he said, "Look, I just want to be out with fans and get a chance to connect." He loves being here. I think everybody's just excited to have him home. I told him every time we get a win, he's got to do the airplane arms, and so we'll look forward to seeing that. He's a part of the Rays family. He's always been a part of the Rays family, and he always will be part of the Rays family.
Is there like some specific duties, like I know it's
yeah,
kind of general?
Yeah, no. Brett's going to be everywhere. So he's going to be out helping us, with ticket holders. He's going to be out in community events. He's going to be with the team, in all that we do on the business side, and we're really, really fortunate to have him for sure.
Is it, for lack of a better term, a little weird to be celebrating being back at the Trop while also making all this progress on a new stadium?
I think we're focused on getting back in the building on April 6th, but at the same time trying to find that forever home. And I don't think it's any secret to anybody that the Tampa Bay Rays have long needed that, right? This has been a conversation in the community for 25 plus years, and so we're working really hard on one hand of getting ready for this season and getting back in the building and celebrating that today with our fans. I think that is obviously a huge priority, but at the same time we're working really hard to focus on the long-term health of this franchise. in building that great work, live, learn, play development. And while that work is still in the early stages, we're out in the community last week, this week, and over the next few weeks to continue those conversations towards solidifying that path to Major League Baseball here in Tampa Bay for generations to come.
Do you worry that you guys might get spread a little thin as far as, community events, which obviously this is awesome, but, as you're working on that stuff, but then also, drumming up support here and getting everyone back to the chop? Is there a little tug and pull there?
I think you're going to see, and I think you've probably already seen, that this is an ownership group and our front office staff that is tenacious, has great perseverance, is going to work really hard, and that same grit and hardworking culture that fans have already seen from the Rays on the field for many years to come is now matched, with a conviction and a fortitude and an energy to work really hard, and so. We're proud to do it. I'm proud to do it with a great front office staff, and at the same time as being focused on opening day here, we're focused on projects well beyond 2026 and that forever home. Yeah, thank you.
You said on the stage,
yeah,
still some things to be shared
yes.
about the drop, but just from what you've seen, I mean, they did a media for yesterday.
Yeah.
I feel very, very certain you're good for April 6th at this point, right? It's pretty close.
Yeah, baseball will be played here on April 6th, and when the Rays take the field that day, on opening day here, it'll be a really special day here in the community. Look, this is Tampa Bay's team, and while we're incredibly grateful to the Yankees for allowing us to play at Steinbrenner Field last year, Tropicana Field is the home of the Tampa Bay Rays, and while we're working on solidifying that forever home, we can't wait to be back here in a few weeks. It's important to our players. I think it's important to our staff. And first and foremost, it's important to our fans.
What were the clubhouses like? How were they improved?
Look, we learned a lot. And we learned a lot from the Yankees last year. They invested a great deal, of course, into Steinbrenner Field. We took a page out of that. We've also been traveling around the country looking at ballparks, working with Eric and his team on things that they like, and said, look, there's certain aspects and aesthetics for players that we don't have to wait till 2029 to do. A brand new clubhouse, new lockers, and amenities that I know our players are going to enjoy when they get up here from Port Charlotte, and we're excited to share that with them. They got a chance to see it for the first time today.
Is most of the work left at this point kind of cosmetic, would you say, or what's sort of the next step?
Oh no, the team still has great work ahead of us here. Baseball will be played here on April 6th. We're committed to that. That will happen, but there's still a great deal of work. And Bill Weiner and our team, and of course the city of St. Petersburg, that's contributed and also worked alongside our general contractors. There's a good deal of work still to be done. We were excited to share a little bit of it yesterday, but these next few weeks are really critical and really taking it that last mile. When our fans walk in here on April 6th, we want that experience to be really, really special. And we're committed to that and confident that'll be the case.
What's been the reception from the business community as far as the sponsorship, ad sales, and even fan ticket sales being back here for the season?
Well, I'd say if there's any indication of excitement about Tampa Bay Rays baseball, it's here on full display today at FanFest. Our fans are here. We have many corporate partners here, folks throughout the community here. Just really excited about the return of baseball to the region, and today is just the start of that. It'll continue as to our left. We have our foundation is hard at work doing our yard sale. We've got our players. We have 40 players here from the Rays signing autographs. That's a strong statement that this team is committed to its fans, and we would be nothing without our incredible fan base, and we're going to continue to grow that. But it's great to have 50,000 tickets out for this event today.
First of all, fans, this is awesome. We've got FanFest. It's a beautiful day out here in St. Pete. I'm out here newly positioned with the Tampa Bay Rays, mingling around with the fans and just excited to be here.
So what exactly are you doing for the Rays?
So I am the brand engagement executive, and it's all encompassing. I'm going to be wearing a lot of different hats, but for the most part, I'm going to be showing a lot of love to the season members and our day one fan base, along with everyone else, from our corporate sponsors to season party deck members, and just doing a lot of stuff, some broadcasting segments, but most importantly, just showing our fan base the love.
What can fans look forward to this year?
I mean, the fans can always look forward to, first of all, great baseball. What this new ownership and Eric Neander, they're going to put the best competitive team they can out there. And like Neander said the other day, since 2008, Rays baseball has been in the top 3 in wins. So we can look forward to that. Also, we can look forward to being back at Tropicana Field. Oh my goodness. Thank the Lord, which is so exciting. We call this place home. We have since '98, and we'll be back in there. There's been a lot of renovations done, and I can't thank the crew and the construction workers. They've been putting overtime in, working on holidays to give the Rays fans the experience they deserve back here at the ballpark.
How special is it to have FanFest back here this year?
It's very special. You know, to tell a quick story, my grandma took me to the very first FanFest here in 1997, and here we are almost 30 years later. I get to come back as not only a fan, but someone who's working for the team to kind of relive my childhood and feel what I felt 30 years ago as a kid that struck my love for the Tampa Bay Rays. And it feels awesome. It's so fun. And
Brett Phillips, he always brought that energy on the field, bringing the same energy off the field now. All right, so what would be your presidential pet? I'm not going to lie, I am surprised that horse is literally and figuratively running away with it. 88% of you saying that would be your presidential pet. I really thought dog was going to be a lot higher, but I mean, horses certainly have a lot to offer. Go ahead and scan this QR code. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. We're out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus, but it's not too late to let your voice be heard on this President's Day. What would be your presidential pet? It does look like 88% of you saying horse. So we're out of time. We've got